reality. Welcome to the Africa's Nuclear Energy Investment Case session. Africa's industrial growth is not ambition. It is not policy talk. It is already underway. Mines are expanding. Manufacturing is scaling. Data centers are rising. AI and digital infrastructure are reshaping electricity demand. These sectors are creating large, consistent, long-term demand for power, the kind of demand that can anchor nuclear deployment. For investors, demand matters. It creates offtake. It strengthens revenue certainty. It turns energy projects into bankable infrastructure. With industrial users, long-term PPAs, and demand aggregation, nuclear energy can be structured around real economic activity, not assumptions. This is where Africa's industrial growth becomes the case for nuclear deployment. Welcome to AI mining and manufacturing, anchoring the case for nuclear deployment. Welcome to Legal Advisory and Transactional Frameworks for Nuclear Energy Projects. Africa's energy future will be shaped by scale, speed, and reliability. Small modular reactors offer a new deployment pathway designed for flexibility, smaller grids, industrial demand, and phased growth. Around the world, SMR technologies are moving from concept to deployment. For Africa, the question is readiness. Yes, readiness means regulation that can adapt, financing that can manage risk, supply chains that can localize value, and skills that can sustain delivery. It does, however, also mean matching the right technologies to African utilities, industrial off-takers, and national energy strategies. This session examines what it will take to turn SMR potential into deployable projects for Africa. Welcome to SMR Deployment Readiness.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a sneak peek of some of the sessions that are going to be coming up over the next 2 days. I'm going to invite us now to also download the app if you haven't already. The QR code is on screen, and this will allow us, of course, to follow the sessions that capture most of our interest. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I will be with you shortly as we anticipate the beginning of the program. As we wait, allow me to encourage you once again to chat to the people around you, to introduce yourself, to make those meaningful connections that lead to conversations that will transcend this summit as well. Thank you so very much. I will be with you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly please rise as we welcome our guests of honor with a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, you may be seated. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, leaders from industry, finance, academia, and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Nozipho Shabalala, and it is my singular privilege to serve you as your moderator today. On behalf of the Rwanda Atomic Energy Board and its partners, it is my singular honor to welcome you to the second edition of the Nuclear Energy Innovation Summit for Africa, NEISA 2026. Let's give a round of applause for that. Thank you. Distinguished guests, we all know that this summit convenes at a defining moment for the African continent. No one in this room needs reminding that our economies are growing, industries are expanding, cities are urbanizing, and digital transformation is accelerating. And yet, one stubborn challenge continues to sit at the very center of Africa's development ambition, and that is energy. And added to this, recent global disruptions have also reminded us of something else, that energy insecurity elsewhere can quickly become economic instability at home. And so over the next 2 days, the conversation is not just going to be about energy access, but it will extend itself to energy security too. And most importantly, NEISA 2026 recognizes that the future of nuclear energy in Africa will not be built by governments alone. It will demand partnerships, it will demand regional cooperation, and it will demand innovative financing. And so today's opening ceremony sets the tone for that journey and sets the tone for every conversation that is to follow from here on. And we begin by reflecting on a simple but urgent question. Why nuclear? And why now? Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen.
Africa is not waiting. Across this continent, a new generation is building. Factories, data centers, hospitals, refineries, cities the size of nations. This is the largest industrial transformation of our century. But ambition runs on power. And industry, real industry, cannot run on what flickers. Heavy industry needs heat that does not pause. Hospitals need power that does not blink. An economy of 3 billion people by 2050 needs a baseload it can trust. Africa needs more. Africa needs firm, clean, abundant energy at the scale of its ambition. This is where nuclear energy comes in. The technology that once meant decade-long megaprojects has been re-engineered. Smaller, modular, safer by design, faster to deploy. Small modular reactors, micro-modular reactors, built in factories, shipped to site, scale to need. For the first time, nuclear energy fits the African context. Not someday, now. And yet feasibility is not the same as investability. Projects do not fail because the technology is missing. They fail because the financing structures are not there, because the risk is mispriced, because no one has yet sat in the same room and built the deal together. That is what must change. Heads of state and ministers, your leadership sets the direction. Regulators, your readiness builds the trust. Utilities and industry, your demand anchors the case. And to the financiers, the private capital of this continent and beyond, we are not asking you to approve a finished plan. We are inviting you to co-design it. The ambition is set. The technology is ready. The moment is now. Welcome to NEISA 2026.
Thank you so very much. To formally welcome us and to set the context for the summit, it is my pleasure now to welcome to the stage Dr. Lassina Zerbo, Energy Advisor in the Office of the President of the Republic of Rwanda and Chairman of the Rwanda Atomic Energy Board. Please help me welcome Dr. Zerbo.
Thank you. Your Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. Excellency For Esozimna Yasinbe, President of the Republic of Togo. Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Rafael Mariano Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished representative of international organizations, investors, industry leaders, researchers and partners, dear young people from across Africa, ladies and gentlemen, many of you have traveled a long way, and we are very happy to welcome you in Kigali. For what is the second edition of the Nuclear Energy Innovation Summit for Africa, NEISA 2026. Allow me first to express my deep gratitude to His Excellency President Kagame for his leadership and his unwavering commitment to Africa's technological and energy transformation. Rwanda demonstrates that with vision, discipline, and ambition, an African country can become a model of innovation and resilience. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to see President Kagame's vision in action, please look up. I don't know if you're seeing this. Even the chandelier looks like an atom. I don't know if that's... So Africa is living through a historic moment. Nearly half of Africans still lack reliable access to electricity. Yet our continent possesses many of the strategic resources required for the global energy transition: uranium, cobalt, lithium, graphite, and rare earth. Africa's challenge is therefore not one of resources. It is a challenge of transformation. The question is no longer simply, how do we electrify Africa? The question is, how do we power Africa's industrialization, digital sovereignty, and long-term growth in a sustainable way? Fortunately, it was said just now, global financial institutions are beginning once again to consider civil nuclear energy within their financing portfolios. Africa must not be an operator of this new era, energy era. Like it is popularly said, if countries are not at the table, they risk being on the menu. Africa should not simply aspire to have a seat at the table. Africa must help shape the table itself. And that's what we're trying to do at NEISA. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's nuclear future in the 21st century will not look like the nuclear industry in the 20th century. Small modular reactors and micro modular reactors are game changers. This technology offers greater modularity, enhanced safety, shorter construction timelines, and better adaptation to our electrical infrastructure. But they also open new possibilities, not only for electricity generation, but for industrialization, clean hydrogen production, and the digital infrastructure of the future. And here, allow me to underline an important global signal. The world's largest technologies companies, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and Meta, are now investing massively in nuclear energy. Why? Because artificial intelligence and data center require enormous quantities of stable electricity. The digital giants have understood one essential truth. There will be no powerful artificial intelligence without reliable, dispatchable, and decarbonized energy. This is also a message for Africa. There will be no African digital sovereignty without African energy sovereignty. But let us also be clear-eyed. Ambition are good intentions alone and will not be enough to materialize that future. Financing will remain a central challenge. The cost of a capital remains high. Projects remain fragmented, and many countries still lack the institutional ecosystem required to move from political ambition to bankable projects. Our objective here in Kigali is not simply simply to discuss nuclear energy. It is to help transform African ambition into credible and investable pathways. To do so, we must strengthen financing mechanisms, public-private partnerships, regulatory capacity, and cooperation. And in this spirit, I'm particularly pleased to announce here that at NEISA, the creation of the Global Coalition for Nuclear Philanthropy, led by the Rockefeller Foundation and Temasek Trust. They are joined by other nuclear philanthropists and partners committed to mobilizing capital in support of safe, secure, and equitable nuclear energy deployment worldwide. This coalition reflects a growing international recognition that nuclear energy is not only a technological or industrial issue, it is also a matter of development, governance, and strategic sovereignty. Importantly, this coalition recognizes that Africa must not be treated as a peripheral actor in the future of nuclear energy. Africa must be part of shaping that future from the very beginning. Above all, however, Africa's nuclear future will depend on African talent, and that is key. Human capital is our first strategic infrastructure. Before reactors come engineers, before deployment comes training, and before sovereignty comes knowledge. That is why initiatives such as NEISA Next Gen, Women in Nuclear, Youth in Nuclear, and university partnership are so important. And to the young African present in this room, let me say this. You're not simply the next generation. You are already the generation that will shape Africa's energy future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, NEISA will not ultimately be judged by speeches or panels. It will be judged by the partnership created, the project launched, the investment mobilized, and the concrete decision that emerged from Kigali. Energy lies at the heart of sovereignty, and sovereignty lies at the heart of Africa's future. Financing remains a challenge, but with sustainable financing models, strong international partnerships, build-out of institutional capacity, and technology such as SMRs, Africa will be able to move forward. The truth is simple. Without nuclear energy as part of the solution, sustainable large-scale energy abundance and sovereignty will remain out of reach. We have a long road ahead, but Africa is ready to embrace this challenge. Welcome to NEISA 2026, and let us get to work. Thank you.
A very big thank you, Dr. Zerbo, for that reminder that without energy sovereignty, digital sovereignty, development sovereignty, economic sovereignty, and all forms of sovereignty remain out of reach, and that the real test is the partnerships, is the projects, and it's the finance that will be mobilized, that against which we will judge the success of this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker has been one of the leading voices on the role of nuclear energy in sustainable development, in energy security, and in international cooperation. Please help me welcome with a warm round of applause, Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Good morning, Madam President, Monsieur le Président, dear friends. 1 year ago, more or less, we were here, we came for the first time for this conference organized by my good friend, Lassina Serbo, with this idea of bringing together policymakers, but also companies, institutions across Africa and also from other parts of the world for what has been discussed. You saw this very nice video and in Lassina's words also a good description of what is going on in the world. So I think we are very clear. in that at the present international juncture, the issue of energy and energy security and how to facilitate and guarantee for every nation, and in particular in this continent, has become central to facilitate progress and economic growth. Without it, it will simply not be possible. It was said. The statistics are there. We know the needs, we know the pace and the projected electrification growth in Africa, which is impressive. We also know the gaps that still exist in the continent, with roughly 500 million Africans still without the benefits of energy and electrical power. But the difference is now that we are understanding what are the levers, what are the instruments that may be there for us to bridge that gap and to improve things. And in that context, nuclear. From the perspective of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is this organization of ours, the expression of the multilateralism, global multilateralism that exists since 1957. From the perspective of this organization, the issue is not so much to explain, not so much to advocate, but to really establish the connectors that will facilitate implementation of things, real things. How do we move from understanding that we have a technology, that there are certain gaps, and that this is also possible in Africa? And here is where the activity, Mr. President, of the IEA needs to be there to facilitate this, this work. And how do we do this? Of course, there is a normative perspective, which is important. We have the treaties, we have the conventions, we have the meetings where we set the stage for what needs to be done. But most importantly, I think, is to be here as we are in every different member state in Africa, facilitating this. One very important thing is how we build capacity. You were saying just now that before sovereignty comes knowledge. Knowledge is key. And for us to be able, and for you to be able to host nuclear power plants, big or small, we need to capacitate, we need to train, we need to unleash the force of African talent, which is there, but needs to be reinforced. And this is why the IEA has been helping in all of this training capacity.
Of Tanzania.
Your Excellency, President Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, Excellencies, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, Your Excellency Rafael Mariano Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, distinguished representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Paul Kagame, government and the people of Rwanda for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation since our arrival in the land of Southern Hills. Also, thank you. Also, allow me to commend organizers of the Nuclear Energy Innovation Summit for Africa, NEISA 2026, for convening this critical gathering under the theme, Powering Africa's Future, Turning Nuclear Energy Ambition into Investable Reality. Africa's economic transformation depends fundamentally on reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy systems. Across our continent, growing industrialization, rapid urbanization, expanding digital infrastructure, and increasing demand for manufacturing and mining activities require stable base load power capable of supporting long-term development. However, in considering future nuclear energy programs, several important issues must be addressed collectively. First is financing, which still remains a major challenge, and thanks to Gross, who told us that financing is there, but then the architecture has to be suitable for African countries. Africa needs innovative financing mechanisms, blending financing models and risk-sharing arrangements capable of making nuclear projects bankable and accessible. Second is regulatory preparedness and institutional capacity, which are very essential. Safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology requires a strong regulatory system, skilled human resources, effective safety oversight, and adherence to international standards. Tanzania appreciates the important role being played by the International Atomic Energy Agency and other international partners in supporting African countries in these areas. Third, public confidence and awareness is critical to allay fears of nuclear threats and leverage on its opportunities. African citizenry should be aware and fully understand both the opportunities and responsibilities associated with nuclear energy development. Transparency, safety, environmental protection, and responsible governance must remain at the heart of all nuclear programs. Excellencies, Tanzania strongly believes that regional cooperation is essential for Africa's successful nuclear energy future. Thanks to President Kagame for championing the coordination of the nuclear agenda in Africa. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Through these partnerships with international organizations and peers, Tanzania looks forward to learning from global experiences and strengthening cooperation in nuclear energy transition. Now allow me also to recall the successful African Energy Summit held in Dar es Salaam in January 2025, which brought together African leaders, development partners, financial institutions, and private sector stakeholders to advance the continent's energy agenda. The summit adopted the Dar es Salaam Energy Declaration, which reaffirmed African collective commitment to accelerate access to reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy as a foundation for economic transformation and industrial development. The Dar es Salaam Declaration recognized further that no single energy solution can adequately address Africa's growing demand, and therefore encouraged African countries to pursue balanced and resilient energy strategies tailored to national circumstances. This discussion here in Kigali seamlessly complements the commitments made in Dar es Salaam by focusing on how emerging nuclear technologies can contribute to Africa's broader energy transition and long-term energy security. Nuclear energy should not be viewed as competing with renewable energy, but rather as a complementing broader effort to build the resilient, sustainable, and reliable energy systems capable of supporting industrial transformation across our continent. Needless to say that this platform provides an important opportunity for Africa to move from ambition to implementation. We must continue working together to create an enabling environment that supports investment, strengthening institutions, and build the technical capacity necessary for long-term energy transformation. Excellencies, Talking again of my country, in Tanzania, electricity demand continues to grow in line with the national development priorities under the country's Development Vision 2050. Our installed electricity generation capacity to date exceeds 4,500 megawatts, while national demand is projected to reach 8,000 megawatts by 2030 and 70,000 megawatts by 2050. And it is in this context that Tanzania is advancing nuclear energy as part of our long-term strategy to diversify our energy mix and support sustainable economic growth. To guide this effort, we have developed an ambitious national roadmap for nuclear power development to support additional 1,200 megawatts of nuclear capacity within the next decade in alignment with the International Atomic Energy Agency milestones approach. We also formulated the National Nuclear Energy Implementation Organization, or we call it NEPIO, to oversee the preparation and implementation of nuclear power program as required by IAEA. And so, in furtherance of the energy generation systems, we are particularly interested in understanding the opportunities presented by emerging technologies such as small modular reactors and micromodular reactors, which are increasingly being considered globally as scalable, flexible, and potentially suitable solutions for developing countries. In conclusion, I wish to reaffirm Tanzania's commitment in working closely with African partners, international institutions, development finance organizations, and the private sector to explore peaceful and sustainable nuclear energy opportunities that contribute meaningfully to Africa's prosperity and energy security. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and of course, reminding us of the importance of a public confidence and awareness, and that of course sets us up beautifully for one of the conversations that we'll be having in the afternoon, which really looks at public trust and the public trust dialogues that are going to be hosted as part of NEISA 2026. Now, distinguished guests, our next speaker has consistently emphasized infrastructure, industrialization, and regional integration as central pillars to Africa's transformation. Please help me welcome with a warm round of applause His Excellency Fore Esozima Nyansimbe, the President of the Council of Togo.
Excellences, Monsieur Paul Kagame, Président de la République du Rwanda, hôte de ce sommet. Excellence, Madame Samia Suluhu Hassan, Présidente de la République unie de Tanzanie, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Monsieur Raphaël Grossi, Directeur général de l'Agence internationale de l'énergie atomique, Mesdames et Messieurs les directeurs généraux de grandes institutions du nucléaire mondial, Mesdames et Messieurs les investisseurs, les partenaires techniques et financiers, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des institutions financières, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais avant toute chose exprimer au président Paul Kagame et au peuple frère du Rwanda la reconnaissance du peuple togolais, reconnaissance pour l'hospitalité, reconnaissance pour le courage de la vision, reconnaissance pour ce leadership qui, une fois encore, ouvre à notre continent un chemin que d'autres pensaient impraticable. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, il existe dans la vie des continents des moments où l'on ne se contente plus de constater, des moments où il faut décider. Kigali, ce matin, est l'un de ces moments, car la vérité est devant nous. Près d'un Africain sur deux n'a toujours pas accès à une électricité fiable. Le continent africain représente une part croissante de la population mondiale. Nos villes vont continuer de croître. Nos besoins industriels vont augmenter. Nos économies vont se numériser. Et tout cela exige une énergie que nous ne pouvons plus raisonnablement espérer obtenir des seules sources que nous mobilisons aujourd'hui. Permettez-moi alors, dans le temps qui m'est imparti, de faire 3 remarques simples, 3 questions auxquelles l'Afrique et ce sommet doivent répondre. La première question est celle de la lucidité. Sommes-nous aujourd'hui prêts à reconnaître ensemble que les énergies renouvelables, aussi essentielles soient-elles, ne suffiront plus à elles seules à porter notre industrialisation? Au Togo, comme dans beaucoup de pays, nous croyons au solaire. Nous croyons aussi à l'hydraulique. Nous éclairons déjà des centaines de villages par des mini-réseaux. Mais nous sommes aussi conscients que les industries de transformation, les centres de données, l'intelligence artificielle, le numérique africain de demain exigent une électricité continue, décarbonée, compétitive en électricité de base. Sur ce terrain, le nucléaire civil, et singulièrement les petits réacteurs modulaires et les micro-réacteurs, n'est plus une option lointaine. C'est une option, nous dit-on, mature. La Banque mondiale a levé son interdiction historique de financer le nucléaire. La COP et les institutions financières ont validé cette technologie parce qu'elle a changé. Le contexte aussi a changé. À nous, désormais, de changer de regard. La deuxième question est celle de la responsabilité. Que faisons-nous concrètement pour que cette ambition devienne réalité? Le Togo, pour sa part, a choisi modestement d'agir. Membre de l'AIEA depuis 2012, la loi nationale sur l'usage sûr, sécurisé et pacifique du nucléaire a été adoptée. Création en janvier 2025 de notre commissariat à l'énergie atomique, élection au Conseil des gouverneurs de l'AIEA pour 2025-2027 et tout récemment à Vienne, signature de nouveaux cadres de coopération avec l'agence pour les 5 prochaines années. Nous avons en outre engagé l'exploration de micro-réacteurs modulaires pour les zones non raccordées au réseau national. Nous ratifions les conventions internationales de sûreté. Nous bâtissons pas à pas la crédibilité institutionnelle qui rend un projet bancable. Être responsable, ce n'est pas attendre, c'est préparer, c'est cadrer, c'est convaincre et c'est par-dessus tout garantir à nos populations que le nucléaire africain naîtra sous le signe de la sûreté absolue et de la transparence. La troisième question est celle de l'exigence commune. Sommes-nous ensemble prêts à faire ce qu'aucun pays africain ne pourra réussir seul? Mutualiser nos régulations, aligner nos standards, agréger nos demandes, construire pour la première fois un cadre africain de financement du nucléaire avec les banques de développement, les fonds souverains, les investisseurs privés. Sans ce cadre, l'ambition risque de rester lettre morte. Et puis surtout, former massivement, scientifiques, ingénieurs, techniciens, régulateurs, juristes, notre jeunesse, et particulièrement nos jeunes filles, doit être au cœur de cette aventure. Le nucléaire africain ne sera pas un nucléaire importé. Il sera un nucléaire pensé, opéré et gouverné par les Africains au service des Africains. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique ne demande pas qu'on lui fasse l'aumône d'une technologie. L'Afrique propose plutôt un partenariat. L'Afrique propose un marché. L'Afrique propose une vision adulte de sa propre énergie. Nous disposons des ressources. Nous disposons de l'uranium. Nous avons la demande. Nous avons aussi la volonté politique. Ce qui nous manque encore, ce sont les instruments financiers à la hauteur de notre ambition et un récit international qui cesse de considérer le nucléaire africain comme un horizon improbable ou même impossible, pour reconnaître ce qu'il est en train de devenir, c'est-à-dire un horizon possible, probable et pourquoi pas imminent. Faisons donc de NEISA 2026 le sommet où l'Afrique a cessé de débattre du si pour s'organiser autour du comment et du quand, le sommet du basculement entre les intentions et les investissements. Mon pays y prendra toute sa part, avec rigueur, avec humilité, dans le respect des standards les plus élevés de sûreté, de sécurité et de non-prolifération, et en panafricain convaincu. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for the reminder that Africa's nuclear agenda will not be an imported agenda. It will be grounded, executed, and capacitated in Africa by Africans. Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our host nation has positioned itself at the forefront of conversations and action around innovation, technology, climate resilience, and long-term energy planning. To deliver our keynote address, please help me welcome with a warm round of applause His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda.
Excellency, for Sozuma Nyasimbe, President of the Republic of Togo, Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Excellency, my friend Mahmoud Issouf, former President of the Republic of Niger, former Chair of the African Union Commission, my friend Musa Faki, Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by welcoming you all to Kigali and thank the leaders here present for honoring our invitation and all the work they do for the importance of this topic we are discussing today. In fact, a number of other leaders had intended to be with us, but they couldn't make it. Either they were here last week or they are in some other places attending to some important assignments. I also thank them. From the outset, NEISA was designed to bring together leaders, experts, and partners to advance Africa's nuclear energy goals. The strong participation here today reflects a growing consensus that the future of our economies depends on how quickly we solve the energy challenge. Rwanda is pleased to have successfully completed the IAEA's Phase 1 Integrated Nuclear Infrastructure Review. We intend to have nuclear energy operational by the early 2030s. And this assessment confirms that we are on track. For Africa, energy is not simply a development issue. It is the foundation of industrial growth and competitiveness. Modern manufacturing, mineral processing, digital infrastructure, and advanced healthcare all depend on reliable power. The rapid expansion of artificial intelligence and the data-driven industries will also significantly increase energy consumption. Countries that cannot meet this demand support. For Rwanda, small modular reactors represent the most practical way forward. They are better suited to the realities of most African countries because they can be deployed gradually and integrated into smaller grids at a lower cost. Renewable energy will remain indispensable, particularly solar and hydro, where Africa has enormous potential. But our economies cannot function efficiently on intermittent supply alone. At the center of this endeavor is the question of investment. Too often, investors hesitate because they perceive many risks in Africa. We must work to strengthen regulation, ensure consistency and accountability in order to build confidence and attract long-term capital. The international financing environment is also evolving. Nuclear energy is increasingly recognized as part of the clean energy transition, and that creates new opportunities. What Africa cannot afford is fragmentation. If countries work in isolation, progress will be slow and far more costly. Cooperation on regulation, financing, and regional power integration is essential. This is precisely why NEISA matters. We are moving the conversation beyond ambition to practical coordination and financing mechanisms that can sustain deployment at scale. Rwanda will remain and will continue supporting these efforts because this is larger than any one country. By 2050, Africa will have the largest workforce in the world. The demographic shift can become one of the greatest economic advantages of this century if we prepare for it. In this regard, we are delighted that Togo will host the next NEISA and carry forward this continental momentum. I also, once again, wish to thank Rafael Grossi of IAEA for the kind support to this effort, and also for the single-mindedness with which he has focused matters to do with our continent of Africa and how we can continue moving together forward. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, thank you for a clear and forward-looking message, and of course, for highlighting the continued momentum as NEISA 2027 makes its way to Togo. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now rise to allow their Excellencies, the heads of state, to depart, after which we will resume our program. If you would kindly please join me in rising in a final round of applause as they make their way out of the hall. Thank you very much. I appreciate your kind attention. You are welcome to take your seats. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, we are now ready for our very first panel of NEISA 2026, and this panel is focused on the question of global leadership perspectives on financing Africa's nuclear energy future. And of course, the key question that we're wanting to ask here is how do we transform ambition into bankable, investable reality? What we do know and what we've heard from our heads of states and leaders of international organizations is that Africa's energy future will require unprecedented levels of capital mobilization. We've heard that it will require public-private collaboration and certainly a revived and reimagined approach to risk mitigation and long-term financial partnerships. This next dialogue brings together global leaders from the nuclear sector, development finance institutions, and international organizations to discuss how Africa can unlock these financing pathways. Moderating this session, won't you please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Daniel Poneman, the Chair for Nuclear Energy Policy at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. Let's give Mr. Poneman a big round of applause, please. Yes. And as Mr. Poneman comes up, I'm going to also welcome his distinguished panelists who will be joining him in a short while. Please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Sama Bilbao Leon, the Director General of the World Nuclear Association. Thank you, Madam. Please help me welcome Mr. William D. Magwood, the fourth, which is the Director General of the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency. Thank you, sir, for being here. Ambassador Sylvie Berman, thank you, Ambassador, for being here, who is the Ambassador of France and the President of the World Nuclear Exhibition. And we also have with us the President of the West African Development Bank, and that is Sergi Ecuyer. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. And certainly last but not least is the Acting Director General of the East African Development Bank, and that is Mr. Bernard Paul Mono. I think we have everyone on stage. As we get settled, might I ask you to settle them in with a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. To my technical team, I'm going to kindly please request if we could have some handheld microphones quickly made available to the participants. They are coming out. Thank you very much. I'm also going to remind everyone that we do have simultaneous interpretation available for you. Again, a quick reminder of the channels there, that on English is channel 1, and that on channel 2 is French, and Kiswahili will be on channel 3. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Poneman in a short while. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, good morning, everyone. Try that again. Good morning, everyone. All right, thank you. Well, I want to say what an honor it is to be here back in Kigali, and what an extraordinary morning we've already had with their excellencies, the presidents of so many countries here. I want to extend a special thanks and congratulations to Dr. Lassina Zerbo, chairman of the Rwanda Atomic Energy Board, for his extraordinary leadership, and obviously to Director General Rafael Grossi of the IAEA, who gave very important remarks and handed over a very important document to President Kagame. So I'm joined here by eminent experts, and I think if there is one watchword that has already made its way to the stage and through the audience, it is time to move from talk to action. And I cannot help but reflect, I served in government a long time ago, and I visited Africa a lot between 2009 and 2014, and we had many interesting conversations, but that is what they were conversations. And we've now seen in recent years that we've got headwinds. We've got headwinds that we've overcome, and we've got tailwinds that have become much more dominant. And I think a critical moment that we experienced that Rafael Grossi described a few minutes ago was when the World Bank abandoned many, many years of ill-considered, frankly, opposition to nuclear energy, and through very extensive negotiations with Rafael Grossi and others, has now opened the door, and we are going to be well representing the multilateral development banks here on this panel. But what I want to do, since we have this extraordinary moment, is just pause for a moment and talk about the context. The focus we've already seen on the screen has been on finance, and the finance as a pacing factor. But I think we have to think about finance in a broader context. There's really, I think, of 3 C's that are essential to turn nuclear energy from a vision to a reality. 1 C is customers. We need customers. And if anything was clear on the video screens earlier this morning, is that we have a huge bow wave of demand coming. Africa is the only continent that will have a larger share of the global population in 2050 than it does today. You heard the presidents talk about the increasing demand in each of their countries. So the customers are going to be there. We're going to have data centers. We have half of Africa that still needs power. The second thing we need is capability. And again, you heard from Rafael Grossi and others this morning, the need for capacitation, the need for training, and we're delighted to have so many young people here to help us get to that future where we have the training that will allow sovereignty and energy to become not just a vision, a reality. And the third pacing factors. The third C is in fact capital. And my humble supposition is that if we have the customers and we have the capability, the capital will be available. And so what better panel could I ask for to help us understand how this is going to work than the panel we have before us? And I'm going to start right here to my left with my dear friend and colleague, Sama Bilbao-Leon. I'm not going to introduce all the panelists because they've already been introduced and they're in your programs, but Sama is obviously the president of the World Nuclear Association. So Sama, let me begin with you. We were last together in Seattle talking about these advanced reactors. What do you see out there? You sit above this organization, you are all over the world. Where are the opportunities? How should we be thinking about this extraordinary moment in the future of nuclear and turning that vision into a reality?
Well, thank you, Dan, and good morning, everybody. It is truly, truly an honor to be back here in Kigali for the second NEISA conference. You know, as we were just hearing, since last year, there's been quite a lot of work that has taken place in Rwanda in particular. So we've been, well, incredibly impressed with the visionary leadership that has been shown by President Kagame and, of course, by Dr. Serbo and the entire team here in Rwanda. And we were actually, last year at COP30, we were very happy to welcome Rwanda as one of the 38 countries that have now joined the huge, ambitious coalition for triple global nuclear capacity by 2050. So I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled to see that Rwanda and many other African countries is not just talking, we are doing things. So what is happening at a global level? I think that perhaps for the first time in quite a long time, I think that everybody in the world recognizes, well, what it's like not to have energy. So we are in the middle of the largest energy crisis that we have seen in many decades, some say ever. So we are bringing a new pragmatism, a new realism to how we think about energy in general. And that has, for the last few years, but certainly the last couple, has provided lots of visibility to nuclear energy. First of all, for the existing fleet. So we are seeing how every country that currently has nuclear energy is doing what it takes to maintain that fleet for as long as possible. Also, we are making major investments in long-term operation, in upgrades, and we are even bringing back units that have been prematurely shut down. And we are seeing this in all continents, including in Africa, of course. So we are seeing how just recently in South Africa, we extended the life of the 2 existing units for 20 more years. But clearly, that's not going to be enough. So this is the second part of the story. We are seeing everywhere in the world, in all continents, how this need for abundant, affordable, 24/7 energy is clear to most decision makers, most policy makers. And in that context, nuclear energy is becoming a key piece of that puzzle. So many countries in Africa and elsewhere have been working, and DG Grossi already presented this, on how to develop the infrastructure to make sure that we are ready to embrace nuclear energy. So whether it is putting in place the legal infrastructure, regulatory infrastructure, workforce, and now we are going to talk about financing. So on our side, World Nuclear Association, we've been doing a lot of work for the last 5 years to bridge the divide between the finance community and the nuclear community. And we've been working together with some of the colleagues that are here on the stage. So what we really are trying to make sure is like finance institutions start looking at nuclear as a special type of asset. We want to look at nuclear energy as another form of national sovereign infrastructure. And and this is very much aligned to what we were seeing, is energy independence, is energy security, is the ability to meet sustainability and climate goals, but very importantly, making sure that we provide the socioeconomic development, the quality of life, the opportunities that we were seeing in those videos that will require abundant and affordable 24/7 energy. And maybe the last thing that I will say that I think is unique to Africa is it goes beyond building new nuclear power plants. When we are looking at Africa, Africa is rich in resources, including uranium, including many other important natural resources. So we are working with African countries to make sure that this development goes through the entire value chain for nuclear, starting from mining, obviously, yes, building nuclear power plants, but also helping develop the supply chain, the capabilities within Africa to be full members, full participants of the global nuclear family.
Excellent. So let's talk about becoming full members. We already heard about the milestones approach this morning, which IAEA is doing. At the Nuclear Energy Agency, where Bill Magwood is the Director General, they've had a roadmaps program going for a number of years. I've had the privilege to participate, where you're actually helping countries go step by step. Bill, tell us, what is the roadmap to the deployment? You've heard a lot of interest already this morning in small and micro reactors, specifically in Africa, and what should be the role of the different, both public and private institutions in making that happen?
Thank you, Dan, and good morning to all of you. Or is it now good afternoon? It's a pleasure to be here. This is my first trip to Rwanda, my first time in Kigali, and it's been a tremendous pleasure to be here. I hope to have the opportunity to visit again in the future. Obviously, the reason I have not been here before is because my agency, the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, is a platform for cooperation among the highly developed nuclear countries, the countries with the deepest experience in nuclear technology. As a result of that, we have not had a lot of engagement with countries in the global south. That's changing, and it's changing for a very particular reason. As Dan pointed out, we have been working with our members to roadmap the path back to a very vibrant nuclear economy around the world. And our members have returned to nuclear energy as a key part of meeting the future energy security and environmental goals that they have set for themselves. But they also recognize that because they have not built nuclear plants for a long time, that they are facing many important challenges. And when we brought ministers and CEOs and the financial community together for these road mapping ministerial discussions that we hold every year, we find that they highlight three issues. They talk about the need to build human capacity all over the world. So when you hear that conversation in Africa, that is not unique to Africa, it's true everywhere. They need to build global supply chains to make sure that when people do want to build a nuclear facility, that the parts and components can be delivered with the quality and the schedule necessary to support deployment. But the most important issue that our member countries highlighted was how to finance this new generation of nuclear construction. The world has changed a lot since the 70s and 80s when we were building large numbers of nuclear power plants. And the cost that we see in many projects today are quite frankly frightening. So how to finance this new nuclear renaissance is really a key issue. And as we evaluate this, it has become completely clear to us that the conversation that you are having in your countries across Africa and the discussion that's taking place within OECD countries is almost exactly the same conversation. There's very, very little difference. So that's why we've launched something we call the Common Journey Initiative, recognizing that this is an opportunity to bring Africa into the conversation just as our countries are coming back into this nuclear exploration. And in doing so, it's very important to point out that for Africa in particular, nuclear is not just about electricity. We've heard a lot about the need for electricity. I am one of the biggest advocates in the world for having more electricity, as much as we possibly can have. But for Africa, it's much more than that. It's a development opportunity that is going to be completely unique. It is an opportunity to build skills across a wide range of disciplines. It's an opportunity to build small and medium-sized businesses. It's an opportunity to have all boats rise to meet the quality standards and the behaviors that are endemic in the nuclear sector. All parts of the economy in the country will benefit from deploying nuclear technology, not just a narrow segment. So, to answer the question about financing, I think that as you consider this, there are three very important principles that I would like to leave with you today that come from an understanding about where things are and where things need to go. And the first and most important thing is that if you're going to be successful in financing, you have to have clear, purposed leadership that will enable execution to take place. Execution, execution, execution. And if the global financial community doesn't believe that you're prepared to execute, they will not want to invest. It's going to be very, very simple. And that means that your estimates for cost, for schedule, the approaches that you're taking have to be realistic. And not just realistic in your own national context, but realistic on an international basis. People in Stockholm and Washington have to believe your project will work. And if they don't, the investment will not be there. Secondly, we have also concluded that for all of our countries, all countries working in nuclear, we're going to have to be much more sophisticated on how we allocate risk in financing. Financing will not be a simple matter for most countries. It will require a much more sophisticated risk allocation approach where different aspects of projects are financed by different segments. And governments will have to take some of that burden, but also the private sector will have to take some of that burden in different parts of the private sector. We have to be smart about this, otherwise it will be very, very difficult to make progress. The World Bank, for example, we've talked a lot about today, and we've worked very closely with the World Bank over the last year or so as they've moved into this new direction. It's very clear to me that the World Bank will not be financing large nuclear projects all by itself. It's just simply not going to happen. What will happen is that the World Bank will look at very specific roles in projects. So figure out for your project, where can the World Bank help? Where can it play a role in showing that the project is viable, then attract other investors? It's very complicated, but it's very important. The final point I would make, and President Kagame really brought a smile to my face when he said this, cooperation in Africa will be essential. If every country goes alone, your chances of success go down. The more you cooperate, the more your chances of success go up. And I have to admit, even in our countries, the cooperation is not as strong as it should be. People have a tendency to look inward more than they should. But the opportunity with this new nuclear renaissance exists for countries to band together, to develop together, and to create markets for common products and common services. If they do this, the chances of success are much, much higher, and the ease of financing goes up. So those are the 3 points I would leave you with. We are interested in working with many countries that are moving forward in this direction. We are not equipped to work with everybody, but we are going to be very selective, and for countries that are making the right progress, the NEA will be there to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. As we think about this, and we are going to get to our regional development bank leaders here in a moment, let's not forget other sources of capital as well. I want to highlight the statement made by Dr. Zerbo this morning. Now we have an official announcement out of Singapore that philanthropy is stepping up to the plate. They also have, when Bill, you're talking about governments taking a certain kind of risk, philanthropies are built to take a certain kind of long-range risk to help get a critically important humanitarian requirement fulfilled at a time when perhaps private capital markets are not ready to do so. So I think we should give a round of applause to the folks in Singapore and the folks here in Kigali who helped that happen. And I would be remiss if I did not mention both Rockefeller Foundation and Temasek Trust, among others, are stepping up to the plate, and I think we'll be hearing more from them in a day or so. So we've heard a lot about the bank, so we're going to come last to France because it's a great success story. Let's turn, Serge, perhaps to you. So you've been hearing all these conversations. I know the president asked you to come back after your distinguished international financial career to lead the effort that you now lead as the head of the West African Development Bank. How are you thinking about all that you're hearing here? Where are you in the underwriting process? What do you need to see? And your bank members, what will they need to see to begin to invest capital in nuclear?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today, this afternoon. First of all, let's discuss the landscape. I think that when it comes to nuclear energy, we'll have to repeat day after day the same thing, considering that repetition is the beginning of pedagogy. We'll have to be very, very clear giving the explanation. Because when it comes to nuclear energy, all the fears, wisdoms, frights and everything usually rises. So we have to be very, very clear about it. So the landscape basically, it's again, you have more than 686 million people in Africa that have no access to any source of energy. So the question is less the source, the question is the access, regardless of the source. So let's discuss the access first, the source afterwards. Then in Africa, and more specifically in our sub-region, we will be as populated as the US in a generation time. As populated as the US in a generation time. And we have to face this reality. The other reality is that we have a demand of we have a demand of 11%, growing demand of 11% energy on a yearly basis, where the supply only sits at 4%. So we do have, yes, we do have a structural gap here. So we have to face this reality. Now, as a banker, at the helm of the West African Development Bank, we're facing this reality today. Yes, we are funding the fossil fuel, we're funding thermal, we're funding renewable, of course. We're funding solar on top of the roof of our houses, institutions, whatsoever. And we can do both, actually. We can fund the renewable energy and looking forward to fund the nuclear energy. So there's no contradiction here. Now, how can we fund it? We basically have two traditional models. The first model being, we rely 100% on the government, on the sovereign, period. But we know that it just doesn't work. When you look at the debt to GDPs of most of our countries, getting to ceilings, to thresholds where it's being complicated. This is the first element. The second one is if we were to go only through PPPs, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work because of the tariff. We have, and governments, we have to subsidize. So the classical PPP financing, whereby you have a construction period, then succeeding a concessional period, it wouldn't work. So we need to think differently. We need to think out of the box. We need to think differently. And the way we've been thinking here would be based on a few elements. The first one is long-term funding, patient capital. Because when it comes to energy, nuclear energy, the forecast is more like 30, 40, 60 years maturity. So it's long-term funding. Long-term funding means patience capital. This is one. The second thing is we need to make sure that we work on creditworthy of the off-takers. We need to work on creditworthy off-taker structure. Because at the end of the day, we know that the future of the financing, and this is my credo, it's capital market, private sector, private investors, clearly not governments. And we no longer can rely on, I would say, classical donation, classical subsidies from any countries, because we are in a phase where we do face the donors, international donors fatigue. The taxpayers are no longer comfortable with funding outside their closest region. So we need to find ways to access the private sector, capital market, the private sector. And we know that the pockets are profound and deep enough to fund what is needed here, considering again that nuclear energy industry is capital intensive. Capital intensive. So considering that we could think about structuring transactions by which naturally we would have the commitment of government, of the sovereign, long-term commitment. Then relying on DFIs. DFIs, and I'm really happy that my friend AJ Banga has opened the door to nuclear energy financing. Because DFI would come with concessional funding, patience capital. This is one. The second thing is we do also need to attract ECAs, because the ECAs would be the ECAs of those who monitor the technology, and the ECAs of all countries will be very happy to fund this kind of transaction. And the third layer of the structure, which would be called technically the senior debt would be invested by private sector, but private investors. But a private investor would be very comfortable considering that, yes, they would have as an anchor investor the World Bank, BOAD, the African Development Bank, and all other banks, all other DFIs. We are anchor investors, and therefore they will be attracted by this kind of transaction. So I would say that from a technical standpoint, yes, we have possibility. That will be all from me at this point.
Let me just follow up on one aspect. You talk about, it's very true, patient capital. And I can remember when gas plants were being built with great rapidity, you know, you don't have to worry about the extended time frames that you do either in building nuclear, but on the other end, you don't have the extended life at the other end. So as a development bank, if I could get specific, because we're trying to get some answers done here, what is the tenor of debt that you could contemplate to support a nuclear project? And could you talk about equity, and would you be willing to co-invest equity alongside private investors?
Yeah, we've been fighting a lot so as to strengthen our capital structure, starting with the equity. So at the West African Development Bank, for example, we have doubled our tier one, our equity. We're now more than $3.5 billion. Okay, pure equity tier one. So based on this, yes, we can tap the senior debt, we can tap the debt market, long-term debt market. For example, we have a few months back, we have tapped the debt market for €1 billion, 15 years. We can do that. We're currently working, I mean, we have closed 2 transactions last year, 30 years maturity for non-callability of 5 years, which literally means that we could go up to 30 years. But we could also, as the African Development Bank has done, they went on a perpetual transaction with a non-callability of 10 years, all right? So we have, with, you know, having enhanced, strengthened our capital structure, we could tap the market for long-term transaction. Long-term maturity is what we're looking for, and you are very comfortable structuring long-term transaction because our business is long-term. We're long-term investors.
Okay, so Bernard.
Sorry, one thing I would like to add, sorry to interrupt, one thing I would like to add, because I would be frustrated not to have mentioned it, is the question not only of the commitment of governments, but also the legal and regulatory framework. We need to make sure that we match with the highest standards. We need to set up an independent nuclear authority monitoring the whole system. So these are, for me, the absolute stakeholders we would need to be comfortable enough to fund nuclear projects.
Okay, so this is great, and I think it's apt that you're sitting next to your colleague from East Africa, Bernard Mono, of the East African Development Bank. So build on what we've just heard from Serge, and if you don't mind, I think there are a number of people out there, and maybe even up here, who don't understand exactly the role of the regional development banks vis-a-vis the World Bank. So obviously, it was a great initiative and sort of opened the door when Aji Banga agreed to remove the prohibition against nuclear investment, but that's not the same thing as stroking a check, right? So how do you think about this? What are you looking at in the nuclear space? And do also say a word about the regional integration that Bill Magwood raised as one of the important factors. Will you be able to co-invest, for example, with the West African Development Bank? Are you able to share some of the same diligence, or do you have to run your own process? Help us understand that, please.
Thank you for having me. East African Development Bank is owned by the 4 member states of the East Africa Community, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, and we're yet to admit other members of the community. So that's our area of operation. So in terms of the mandate, we have similar mandate. The only thing is my colleague operates in the West Africa, we operate in East Africa, but the mandate is the same, financing long-term projects and for development. So the cooperation that we could do is knowledge sharing and capacity building, but in terms of co-financing, unless his operation allows him to, his mandate allows him to operate in East Africa, we'll welcome him. But my mandate does not allow me to operate in West Africa. As you're saying, yes, there is that lifting of the restriction to just have a look at nuclear energy projects. And it's an important milestone. And for us, it's an opportunity to start demystifying nuclear energy, because it's this thing, when you are mentioning nuclear energy, everyone freaks out. And with that lifting, we can start conversation. We are able to underwrite a transaction now. I would say no. We still need to do a bit of learning, capacity building, and involvement in forums like this is very important. I'll tell you, I've learned about nuclear energy more than I've ever done in my life in preparation for this summit. And I'm looking forward to learning more. Once I go back, definitely I will not be the same. My team will not be the same. So we're able to look at some of the things that involve the nuclear energy projects. But at the moment, there are things that we still do and can continue doing. For example, we've been financing the transmission lines in our member countries. We've worked with Kenya Power in Kenya, Tanzania Electric Company, TANESCO in Tanzania, and others. We are doing one in Uganda now, the transmission line. And I believe, I mean, the transmission line is transmission line. There are a few tweaks that need to be done, but if there's generation from nuclear energy, it should still need to be transmitted to go to the customers that my colleague mentioned about. And the rest is the same. I think, as you said, capital is available, but do we have projects? I think that the preparation of the project that everyone can be able to look at and say, okay, fine, the execution side is taken care of, regulatory side is taken care of, and I mean, I can identify the risks, I can assign them, allocate them appropriately, price them, and be able to set mitigant to allow me to participate in that project. So it's a good conversation, and soon, I believe, we'll be able to underwrite some of those projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we can all take inspiration from the fact that this actually has been done successfully in the past, and perhaps no more successfully than in France. And by the way, among the distinguishing features of France, number one, they had a presidential decision in 1974, tout nucléaire, Georges Pompidou, and then they managed to get 80% of the electricity from nuclear, but also, in contrast to the United States, they had a much more homogeneous system and approach, to go to Bill Magwood's point. What, Sylvie, would you tell, and as president of the World Nuclear Exhibition, what would you tell our audience here, the lessons that they can take from the success of the French experience and how to apply those here in Africa?
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I think the most important thing, in fact, is that it was a strategic national project. It was after the first oil crisis, and it was about sovereignty and independence. And also, everybody has mentioned that it is a long-term investment, and obviously it has to be a long-term policy. You can't change when you change your government, and so we need predictability, and investors, of course, need predictability. So for 30 years, we built nuclear plants. Now it's 57. There's a new program now, or 6 plus 8. And what is required, of course, apart from this long-term, not only investment, but spirit, I think, and it has been mentioned also, it's regulation, which is a reliable, independent regulation. You need the skills, of course, talents, and it has to start at the same time that you decide to build a new nuclear plant. For instance, in France, now we have 250,000 people involved in nuclear. We have 650 companies. They are not 100% nuclear, but they work in nuclear. So this is an incredible and very talented supply chain, which is necessary as well. And so I think all that has been implemented in France can be implemented in Africa. There is a resolution, that's what we heard this morning from 3 heads of state, and that's the case of many others. It's a necessity for you because, well, as it has been said, the solar and wind is not permanent, as is nuclear energy. So, and you need a strong regulation, of course, and France is ready to cooperate. We are present with the largest booth, in fact, at this NEISA exhibition, and we will sign an agreement with NEISA and GIFEN, which is the Association of Nuclear Industries, and as I said, it is more than 650 companies, and to provide not only support, but to organize cooperation between African countries and France. And for that purpose, as the president of the World Nuclear Exhibition, which is the largest civil nuclear exhibition in the world, we would like to have a strong African representation. Maybe, I don't know, African pavilion or African corner. It has to be discussed. It will be discussed with NEISA, of course, and in particular with Lassina Zerbo, who organized the first delegation last year. But as I've seen on the walls downstairs in the exhibition hall, the global workforce is aging, but not African youth. So there's a lot of potential, and so you will be welcome. Everything will be discussed, finance, of course. We will discuss the SMRs, which is very important for the future, and which is really a good solution also for most African countries. We will discuss fusion, we will discuss a lot of other things, and including innovation. There will be innovation awards, and last year we had 36,000 visitors. Wow. With 1,000 exhibitors. And what the companies told me afterwards, it's an incredible opportunity to meet as many people as you would in 6 months or 1 year. So we have 18 nationalities represented. We had 24 national pavilions. So of course, African countries will be most welcome in the next WNE, which will take place in December 2027.
Something to look forward to for all of us. Okay, it's gone fast, but we're running out of time here. So I'm going to do a lightning round here, and I'm going to put a challenge to our panelists. So between last year and this year, we had this tectonic shift at the World Bank of allowing finance. I'd like to ask each of our panelists in less, like 45 seconds, if there were one concrete accomplishment to announce at NEISA 2027 in Togo for Africa, what would it be? And we'll go in the same order. Sama?
Well, I would like to see an actual plan laid out. So, and let me just say, and I think that we heard this from Sergio and Bernard. So we really need to, these banks know very well how to manage large infrastructure projects. There is very different tier structures that we can put together. We can, using multilateral development banks, export credit agencies, etc., to actually put some of the risk out in these first-of-a-kind, first-in-country projects. So I would like to see something like that. I mean, so whether it's Rwanda or some other country in Africa where we have an actual project where a financial structure has been laid out to launch the construction of that particular unit.
A financed project. And you can do more than one person on one idea if you like it. But Bill, you're up.
Well, as I mentioned, I think that nothing would be more important to really reduce the risk and to increase the chances for success than having countries make substantive agreements to work together, to build supply chains together, to regulate together. That's a very important one. That's a big deal. It's a leadership level issue, but if you were able to achieve that, that would change the game. That's the one thing you could do in Africa that would just completely change the conversation. And I know it's a hard thing to do, but if you did it, it would make the big difference.
Excellent. Serge, we're going to come.
Well, for me, can't be country project. It is by definition either a continental or regional project. Here, the Republic of Togo being the seed, but the seed for our sub-region, YMU. I trust very much the cross-border production and distribution of any source of energy. Our population will rely very much.
Excellent. Bernard.
Yeah, as we'll continue with the distribution, there's the East Africa Power Pool. There are things that we are looking at doing in that area. But in particularly to nuclear energy, I'm looking forward to at least finance capacity building something, whether it's a project, especially what we're calling MMR, micro modular reactors, and we are interested. We'll see what the countries are doing, and if we're able to chip in something as part of project preparation, because it's also our learning journey, so that we see what's possible and what's not possible.
Okay. Sylvie, one deliverable in 1 year.
Yes. Well, time flies very quickly, in fact, from one desert to another, from 1 year to another year, because you mentioned the change of the World Bank, but it is the case also of the European Union. For the first time, the President of the Commission, during last summit in Paris, where President Kagame was the guest of honor, she recognized the strategical mistake of renouncing to nuclear. So the world is changing, so time is for action now. And I think what would be good at the next NEISA summit would be to have a concrete either roadmap or plan of action at the level of Africa.
Outstanding. Okay, so we've got, somebody's taking notes, and Lassina, at NEISA 2027, we want to do a checklist on how we did on these 5 objectives. I think this has been an extraordinary panel. We've really begun the conversation of taking ambition and spirited, passionate commitment and turning it into concrete deliverables. That's what we need. Please join me in thanking this outstanding panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we can also give the moderator, Mr. Pornman, a big round of applause for an excellent moderation. Thank you very much. A very big thank you to yourself, Daniel, and your panelists. You're welcome to descend stage. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I'm going to welcome Madame Renee Sonderman. Before she comes up, I see that we've been requested for an opportunity for a photograph. My apologies, Madam. If I can ask you to stay on stage just for a quick photograph in the beautiful color that you're wearing, of course. Thank you very much. So while that photograph has been taken, I'm going to ask Madame Renee Sonderman to be on standby. Madame is the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary for Counter-Proliferation Policy, and this is at the United States Department of State. She will come and offer the concluding remarks that officially then close the opening ceremony. When she is done, I'm going to ask you to give me 30 seconds of your time so I can give you guidance as to how we're going to be proceeding for lunch arrangements and what time we will be back in plenary. For now, please help me welcome Madame Renee Sonderman. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Ministers, and distinguished colleagues. On behalf of the United States, I would like to thank President Kagame and the government of Rwanda for its leadership in hosting this important summit and for bringing us together to discuss how we can move from enthusiasm and ambition to concrete steps to advance the deployment of safe, secure, and reliable nuclear energy in Africa. Around the world, governments face a common challenge: how to provide reliable, affordable power for growing economies and populations. As AI, advanced manufacturing, and other technological advances reshape societies at unprecedented speed, energy remains the foundation for economic growth, industrial development, and energy security. A growing number of countries globally, including the United States, have identified nuclear energy as a crucial part of the solution. We are very excited by the enthusiasm and seriousness with which Rwanda and other countries in Africa are pursuing nuclear energy as a means of meeting increasing energy demand and enhancing energy security. As the panel we had just highlighted, no country builds a nuclear program alone. Partnerships between governments, financing institutions, international organizations, and private industry are essential to success. It's well understood by this community that SMRs and MMRs are attracted to many countries embarking on nuclear energy. But while SMRs and MMRs are attractive for their affordability, relative to large nuclear power plants, they still require significant capital. Being able to identify and mobilize this capital is key to turning our nuclear energy ambitions for Africa into reality. We've already heard many of our distinguished speakers talk this morning about turning our commitments into concrete action. I've heard, just in the last few days since I've arrived in Kigali, many African colleagues describing the financing challenge as monumental. Yes, monumental, but I also think achievable. This achievement, as we just heard from our panelists, will require innovation and creativity to diversify our financing mechanisms, to capitalize on new opportunities, and to find new ways to manage risks. This requires a blended approach. A blended approach involving governments, involving development banks, private investors, academia, and we also now heard philanthropic organizations. And we also need to, as we've just heard, match all of that with the highest legal and regulatory standards. To that end, the United States is actively engaging through our Export-Import Bank, as well as the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and the Development Financing Corporation to maximize U.S. government tools. And of course, we also join our colleagues in welcoming the World Bank lifting their nuclear power bans in June of last year and their agreement with the IAEA to support such efforts. Through initiatives such as the United States Foundational Infrastructure for Responsible Use of SMR Technology, or what we call FIRST by shorthand, the United States is working with more than 50 countries on 5 continents to create a pathway for accelerating secure, safe, responsible SMR deployments, including by conducting feasibility studies, siting surveys, and providing SMR control room simulators and offering training and advisory services on financing and workforce development issues. The United States is also promoting instruments to mitigate financial risks for suppliers, including through creation of a global nuclear liability regime. To this end, we encourage all partners to become party to the Convention on Supplementary Compensation for Nuclear Damage and for parties to swiftly ratify the amendment adopted this January. More broadly, the United States is undertaking our most ambitious nuclear expansion in decades, spurred by 4 executive orders that President Trump signed last year, aimed at unleashing U.S. nuclear energy industrial base, expediting the licensing and deployment of U.S. SMRs and advanced reactors, and quadrupling U.S. nuclear energy generation by 2050. Internationally, the United States is expanding and deepening our civil nuclear partnerships with countries around the world at every stage of nuclear energy development, including here in Africa, by negotiating new peaceful nuclear cooperation agreements aimed at opening additional markets for American companies to export the safest, most advanced nuclear technology. President Trump's national security strategy specifically calls for the development of such U.S.-backed nuclear projects in Africa. During this nuclear summit the next 2 days, I look forward to productive discussions with partners from across Africa. These conversations will help strengthen existing cooperation, identify new opportunities to advance responsible nuclear development, and surface innovative solutions to surmount barriers and challenges. At this time, I would like to again thank Rwanda for convening this important summit, and to each member of our panel that we just heard from and our moderator for their important contributions to this discussion. And now I'll turn the time back to our moderator. Thank you very much.
Madame Renee Sonderman, thank you very much for a powerful concluding remark as we bring to an official close the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, my job now is to give you some guidance as to how we're going to move into lunch and post-lunch. All delegates are invited to join us for lunch at MH1 and MH2, that is on the ground floor towards the exhibition area. And of course, we encourage you to also use the time not only to break bread together, but to connect with others and to view the exhibition. If you are a minister or one of our VIPs, which is of course indicated on your badge, we are inviting you to lunch at the Auditorium Club. All you need to do is to walk out of the main doors, and on your immediate right, you'll be seeing the signage that is indicating the way to the Auditorium Club. When we get back, ladies and gentlemen, we are building on the conversations we've heard this morning. We heard about political vision. After lunch, we move into the financial engine room. It's going to be a powerful plenary session in this space on Africa's nuclear energy investment case. We're going to be seeing a convening of extraordinary leaders in that conversation, from decision makers from the World Bank, the African Development Bank, Trade and Development Bank, the East African Development Bank, as well as international industry leadership and sovereign strategic partners. The big question we're trying to answer there is, how do we then do the job of structuring projects that will attract global capital, that can be sustained by governments and can be delivered by industry partners? My request is that we're all back in this room at 2:15 for that conversation. Please do enjoy lunch, and I'll see you then. attention to the screen. We're going to play a short video to set the scene. And when the video ends, I'm going to ask you to please help me welcome with a warm round of applause Dr. Kande Yamkela, the chair of the Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security in the Office of the President in Sierra Leone. So let's start off with our video and let's conclude the video with a warm round of applause for our keynote speaker. To our screens now. Thank you.
Africa's energy demand is not theoretical. It is visible, it is growing, and it is accelerating. Mines need reliable power. Factories need reliable power. Data centers, ports, and new industrial zones need reliable power. This demand creates the foundation for bankability, clear offtake, long-term revenue, and projects anchored in real economic need. Nuclear energy can serve this demand with reliable low-carbon power at scale. It can support industrial growth, energy security, and climate goals together. We need to align around a new question. How do we structure projects that capital can trust? Africa's nuclear investment case starts here. With demand, revenue certainty, strong partnerships, and the ambition to turn energy need into investable reality. Welcome to the Africa's Nuclear Energy Investment Case session.
Good afternoon. I'm the guy they put right after lunch to make sure everybody wakes up, I guess. But I hope you had a good lunch, and it's a pleasure to be here and be part of this wonderful conference. I'm learning a lot and also making a lot of contacts here. Africa's energy transition is really, and you've seen that a lot repeated in the videos, about how we drive structural change in our economies to create wealth, industrialize, create jobs, and of course, power our social services. Mr. Lassina Zerbo this morning made a comment which is very relevant here, and I think that's the purpose of this conference. He said, if countries are not at the table, then they are on the menu. And for those of us who are on the continent dealing with energy issues and minerals, we know everybody is trying to get a piece of the African real estate for our minerals, particularly rare earth minerals. There's really a deliberate what should I call it, struggle to get their hands on as much of those minerals to power the rest of the global energy transition. So Lassina is right. Either we are engaged in the conversations and prepare ourselves to take advantage of the new wave, or yes, we just become part of the menu and just bystanders observing this new revolution. So this conference really is about looking ahead 5 years from now, 6 years from now, when SMRs or MMRs become cost competitive. Will Africa be ready? Country readiness, but also regional readiness. I think that's the purpose here. It's not as if tomorrow morning African countries are immediately going to invest in SMRs or MMRs. The cost is pretty high. But will we be ready in 5 or 6 years? And why is this relevant? I served on the board of Rocky Mountain Institute for a while, and they do all kinds of projections on energy transitions and climate change. And last year we had a session where different scholars were showing evidence how very wrong we all were about the solar revolution. All the estimates we made about how fast solar will be deployed were off the mark by 50%. The revolution moved faster than the analysts had said, meaning industry, technology moved faster, prices went down, and yes, countries deployed solar very fast. Is it possible? And I guess that's the question for our panel and for you. Is it possible that in 5 years, in 10 years, SMRs and MMRs might even also prove the analysts wrong, that the costs will be driven down and it will become affordable for us? So this conference is about looking ahead. And so I want to thank President Kagame and the Nuclear Agency here for helping us look beyond the horizon and look at possibilities. For me, it's about possibilities. So what is the demand profile like? Africa's energy demand is expected to grow rapidly from 2030 to 2035. PIDA, our Infrastructure Development Authority, estimates that Africa would need 650 gigawatts of electricity installed from the current base of 260 gigawatts by 2035. So moving from 260 to 650. And then they project further that by 2040, it will be 700 gigawatts needed. So the demand case is there for more power generation. To achieve universal access, which is still our challenge, Sustainable Development Goal number 7, we need to connect 80 million Africans every year to electricity, moving from an average of 20 to 23 million per year we're doing now. Again, quantum leap is needed. All of this in the next decade. This is why we embrace Mission 300, that has taken all of these issues into consideration, and over 30 African countries now have a Mission 300 compact. So my first message here is, work is already ongoing on the planning we need to ensure that Africa is electrified, and in fact we're on a pathway to universal access to energy over the next 5 to 10 years. We have to take advantage of that if we want to move into nuclear. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Mission 300 has all the necessary pillars on policy reforms, energy trade, utility reforms, all packed in, and of course the resources required. So we have a base to start from. So what's the financing that is needed? The International Energy Agency estimates that financing needs will grow from the current 2.5 billion per year to about 15 billion per year from now till 2035 if we want to achieve universal access. From 2.5 billion now per year to 15 billion per year. A lot of money needed just to do the basics with the technologies we know. You add on top of that now the opportunity we see with nuclear, but again the cost. From what the scientists tell us, an SMR right now, based on all the experiments ongoing, might be $5 billion for 300 to 400 megawatts. An MMR, maybe much less, that can produce 1 megawatt all the way to 50 megawatts, but also very pricey. And therefore, all of that will be driven into tariffs. And for those of us who have served as ministers of energy, we know the headache in our countries about tariffs. So the pricing of the MMRs and SMRs will be an issue. But perhaps, as I said, we could be very surprised that in fact the cost will be driven down faster. So again, it's about readiness. How do we get our countries ready or our regions ready to take advantage of this new renaissance of the nuclear technology? So I want to leave you with 5 thoughts for the panel to consider. I believe with the cost structures that I see now with SMRs, that a regional approach will be critical. I don't see smaller countries being able to deploy $5 billion to generate 300 to 400 megawatts to use domestically. Industrialization is not happening that fast in our countries. So a more regional, sub-regional approach makes sense to me, that you can place an SMR in a country and then the country can trade. Again, Pillar 2 of the Mission 300 has outlined for each country what we need to do more in terms of energy trade, the infrastructure and the interconnections we need to make that happen. So I believe a regional approach will make sense. President Kagame hinted on that today when he talked about cooperation and avoiding fragmentation. But it begs the question then, regional readiness versus country readiness. To be ready in a sub-region, a lot of negotiations, the need for harmonizing regulatory frameworks, and also other approaches so that there is a common understanding amongst countries. But I really believe the opportunity that exists for MMRs and SMRs will be regional energy trade. That's the base. But then you ask, how do you finance a plant in Ghana that will supply the rest of West Africa? Why do I choose Ghana? Ghana got their first experimental nuclear facility, same time as India, in the late 1950s. India, of course, is a nuclear power. We're still learning. So there's an opportunity here that some countries may be ready, not all, but they can do energy trade. So I believe one issue that the panel should look at the opportunities for regional trade and harmonization of regulatory frameworks so that we look at how energy trade can be enhanced by deploying these SMRs, but also to make them more cost effective. I have said again that we take advantage of Mission 300. The two colleagues on the panel from the World Bank and African Development Bank have been working with our countries, getting our compacts and our vision documents ready and costed. They're all costed. We know how much we need. And again here, why do I keep emphasizing Mission 300? I was in the development space for a long time with the UN, leading sustainable energy for all and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. I worry that when you have a new wave or paradigm coming in, we forget the past. There is still unfinished business of achieving sustainable development goal number 7. So Mission 300 has to be the basis of looking at the possibility of taking advantage of this new nuclear renaissance. Natural resource-backed financing. I wanted to talk about that because, again, $5 billion for one SMR, it's quite a bit of money. So I'm asking myself, what do I tell my president? I'm also advisor to the president. I say, hey, we've seen this great opportunity. He's also had conversations with the International Energy Agency, so he's wondering what I'm going to go back and tell him. Say, well, please, sir, it's $5 billion a pop. Our demand here in Sierra Leone right now is 300 megawatts, but the mines need another 500. How do we get money to invest in one? We supply the mines and maybe trade with Guinea and Liberia, with whom we have an interconnection. So, is it resource-based financing? How do we structure a deal that if it is regional, that all the countries agree on their contribution, because the plant will supply everybody? How do we structure that conversation going forward from here? That is going to be a key issue that I think the panel should also consider. But I see possibility and I see hope. I see a lot of hope. I watched a video the last couple of days preparing to come here of a discussion between the IFC, our brother at the IFC, Mukhtar Diop, and Aliko Dangote. Yeah, in those days when I was leading Sustainable Energy for All, we did events here with Aliko and Tony Blair and others under the leadership of President Kagame. But Aliko said something a couple of weeks ago that really struck me. He explained how he got $20 billion to build his refinery. But here's the other two things he said. He said, now I want to be the largest producer of urea and possibly fertilizer in the world, because I have the refinery already, the largest in the world. And of course, you know, Africa needs a lot of fertilizer too, and the rest of the world too. But then he said this, because I'm not sure of the power situation, I want to do 20,000 megawatts of power. Well, that's ambition. And that's where our minds have to be. There are private sector individuals in some African countries that could potentially be able to raise such capital to be able to deploy these technologies. Not today, but maybe in 5 years. If Dangote wants to do 20,000 megawatts, because he needs it for his refinery, and of course the rest of Nigeria needs it, who knows? He might choose to leapfrog and go into this technology. I use that case study to make the following case. One, we need anchor demand in some locations if we're going to deploy this. Either the mines or a big operation like Dangote. This could make SMRs probably easier and quicker to deploy than if we just go with governments. Second, I make that case because we need sometimes to look inwards. We have some capital in our countries that we're not mobilizing enough of that can leverage additional financing from other partners. But Aliko also said, if you're not ready to invest in your continent, nobody else would. And that's what is driving his passion to do these big mega projects. So I see possibilities. I see possibilities here, but not for now, probably in 5 years. We have to be ready to ride that wave. Africa, we've missed other waves. The industrialization wave, the digital wave, we're almost missing as well because of lack of power. and other governance and security issues, but can this be one we ride? So I want to thank President Kagame for challenging us to think ahead, and of course my brother Lassina. Lassina and I spent a long time in Vienna. He was CEO of one agency, I was CEO of the Industrial Development Organization. So these are conversations we've had, and he's always pushing us to look beyond the horizon. I hope that you look beyond the horizon and look at possibilities, that we don't want to be on the menu. In fact, we want to set the menu and prepare the dinner and the conversations over dinner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yamkela, for setting the scene for us with that keynote address. And again, this analogy of setting the menu, setting the table, defining the agenda continues to be a thread throughout our conversations today. What remains clear is that Africa is no longer willing to be on the menu, but instead wants to redefine the table and set the menu itself. Thank you also for raising important questions that will shape now the conversation of the panel that will follow. But before we get to the panel, there is a fireside chat that we have set up for on the stage. That fireside chat is going to be moderated by Dr. Johannes Hailu. He is with Economic Affairs. He's an Economic Affairs Officer at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, or UNECA, as we commonly reference the institution. He is going to introduce his keynote partner that he will be in conversation with in the fireside chat, and thereafter he will then introduce the panel that will join him up on stage to engage with some of the questions that have been raised. For now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Johannes Hailu as he comes to the stage.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for the robust keynote remark that sets the tone for the conversation we're about to have. I'm Johannes Hailu from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. I just want to take a moment and highlight what we have heard so far in few bullets. From the speech of the Excellencies and their suggestions, we have heard fragmentation is something to be avoided. We are all moving in the same direction in this agenda, and there are sufficient cases for us to consider how we can solve, how to bring effectively nuclear into our energy system, and how to make it investable. We have also heard the case that we cannot talk about transformation, industrialization, competitiveness, if we cannot address the fundamental issue of reliable baseload, and that is where the nuclear conversation is coming in. We are also reminded that of all the other regions in the world, if you compare us, Africa is the most dynamic continent. 1 in 4 population by 2050 would be residing in Africa. If you look at our economic growth, we will require 4 times as much power by 2040 than we are consuming today. That is a radical transformation in the next 20 years that we're anticipating. To what extent the energy sector will respond? How effectively will we respond? How do we finance it? Which technologies are going to be our ally? These are all questions that are being asked, and nuclear has just entered the conversation. I thank Dr. Yamkela for identifying potential breakthroughs in terms of how we can pull this together. Regionalism, resource-backed financing, and anchor demand in industry are highlighted. In the next conversation, we are going to talk about scale and how we can make nuclear power investable in Africa. To do so, we are privileged to be joined for this conversation by a distinguished economist, former Minister of Finance and Economic Planning of the Republic of Rwanda, the 7th former President of the African Development Bank, the Chair of the Global Fund for Health Initiatives, as well as AU Special Envoy on financing. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Donald Kaberuka for the conversation. To start our conversation, distinguished participants, we heard a phenomenal news this morning that Rwanda has transitioned from phase 1 preparation, hard work, into phase 2. So we all join in congratulating Rwanda for this particular success. What this means is now phase 2 questions will surface. Phase 1, why do we need nuclear? Either the case for nuclear. How do we integrate nuclear into our energy mix? A lot of these issues would have to be answered. Do we have institutions, regulatory systems, and laws? Now, to the second phase, difficult questions, either investment case for nuclear. Dr. Kaberuka, you have extensive experience at national, continental, and global level in terms of capital. Is there sufficient case, investment case, for nuclear power development today in Africa?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for coming to Rwanda, but I'm sure the minister will be doing that officially. No, I want to step back a bit and just tell you a number. By the way, I want to correct 2 things I had this morning. The World Bank and the African Development Bank were not the ones who were refusing to do nuclear. It is the shareholders of those institutions. It was the owners of those institutions. So I want to make sure that you are fair and we say what is happening. Now, even when the World Bank or the FDB try to do large-scale non-nuclear project, it takes a long time because of a lot of the ESG requirements for the projects. So this is an issue for shareholders of those institutions. I'm saying this because it's okay that they sign on nuclear, but I hope that now they don't impose on such a long list of requirements that we will go back to square one. In your country, Ethiopia has just commissioned a 6,000 megawatt hydropower on the Renaissance Dam. That is the biggest hydropower in Africa. It is almost 3 times, I think, the size of the Aswan Dam in Egypt. They did not borrow money from the international institutions. Some of us helped a bit with transmission lines, but they mobilized money internally and many other sources which we can discuss, because that was a case. But another number I want to share with you. India is 10% of Africa's size. 10%, I think, roughly. The total installed capacity of power in India is about 560 gigawatts of electricity, I think. The whole of Africa, from north to south, total installed capacity is half that of India. 30% of which is renewable, I think. But even then, the 2/3 of this 254 gigawatts is mainly in North Africa and Southern Africa. It shows you how far we have to go. India is 10% of Africa's size. But there is a difference. It is one country. We are 54 fragmented countries. Hence, the importance of what my president was saying about fragmentation. Some of these things have to be done at scale. One more thing I wanted to say to you, but Kandi, where are you? I think Kandi should have been here being interviewed, not me. Yeah, thank you for making a correction, which I really hope people here don't misunderstand. This morning when people say small reactors, micro reactors, people think they are cheap. No. So to give you a rough idea, a megawatt of electricity, if it is a hydro, and it is not very complicated with civil works, people being expropriated, roughly it would be about $1 million, at least when I was in the ADB. I don't know now, maybe it has gone up or down. It's about $1 million, roughly, per megawatt. Now, condensate is 1 point, yeah. You see the numbers? The code is small in macro, but they require a lot of capital. So I hope we don't confuse. One last point, because I want to step back a bit, is on this regional cooperation. We all desire regional cooperation. It is an important aspiration. But who in this room has not heard about Inga being able to produce 50,000 megawatts of electricity? Many of us have tried to do that project. Before me, after me, when I was in the bank, all kind of formula have been tried. Now, it is not a technical problem that we can't put turbines in the river. It is not a demand problem. There is so much demand around for 50,000 megawatts. It is impossibility of putting in place a structure which saves the location where the hydro is and the water market. So I end by saying that one of the beauty of nuclear is that it is not location specific. Hydro are location specific. Look, take the whole of West Africa. Many of those rivers emanate from the highlands of Guinea. So it is location specific, including the Niger. Okay. If you look at hydro in Africa, many of the sources are in these Guinea highlands, in the Congo Basin, Ethiopian highlands, I think the Zambezi Basin, and then highlands of Lesotho. Okay, so it's location specific. So is solar, so is wind. But nuclear is not location specific. And so that is one of its main attractions. But then there's other issues we can discuss.
Thank you for that insight. Now, that takes us to the issue of finance. Dr. Kaberuka, you already talked about how even for massive projects, there are cases where Africa has mobilized resources to make them happen, the case of Ethiopia. And you mentioned challenges around the Grand Inga. And in terms of financeability, bankability, the issue about geographic flexibility of nuclear technology and peculiarities, that can be advantages. But the fact remains, even though private sector participation in energy infrastructure development has been growing in Africa, reaching around 25, 26%, almost a quarter now. However, in the global context, we still capture a fraction of that resource to come into the continent. Globally, there's good news. Global capital is growing, more than 3 trillion, the last number we checked. However, not even 3% of long-term capital is coming to Africa. So in your view and your global experience around these issues, what do you think are the critical barriers that are blocking this global capital to come and connect to this kind of solutions?
I'll come to that in a moment. But let me say also that in my long experience of funding energy projects of all types, I always found that at the heart of it were what I call the 3 A's. Energy may be there, it is available, but is it accessible? Second A, is it affordable? And many governments struggle a lot with the access and affordability. And so we end up with systems of tariffs which meet the social need purpose, but which undermine the capacity of the national off-takers and their balance sheet. I don't know why this will cause a problem, but you are there to defend the free speech, no? You see, our colleagues in South Africa, they acknowledge this, no problem. They had one of the cheapest powers, I think at the beginning it was around 5 cents per kilowatt hour. But then as the economy was expanding, demand was increasing, all right? They accumulated a huge amount of commercial losses because the national off-taker, ESCOM, was unable to invest upstream for the increased demand. I could tell you dozens of many other African countries where social policy, what should be the tariffs, and economic logic come into conflict. And so the national off-takers, the balance sheet are so weak, you cannot form a basis even for IPPs. Now, my successor at the African Development Bank has come up with a concept he calls the new African architecture. Is there somebody from FDB here? Maybe there must be. Please talk about that. And he's building on an initiative of many institutions, financial institutions, of which you are one. They have put in place something called the Alliance of African Financial Institutions. Okay. What is the idea? Here we have African financial institutions. They have different mandates and missions. Some do project finance, others trade finance, others guarantees, others insurance, others reinsurance. So they're trying to come together in this financial architecture. And the idea is, before we talk about external capital, let's talk about our own capital. But institutional investors in Africa, whether pension funds, insurance companies, whatever it is, they have requirements before they provide you with their money. It is not their money. So I think what I like about this new architecture, it looks at internally what you can mobilize, $4 trillion, okay, although a large part of it in South Africa. And then we can then work with foreign capital. Now, this is totally feasible, but it requires a lot of work. And I want to say this to you. Professor Larry Summers, he was at Kennedy School, he's no longer there now, had observed something which is extremely interesting, that in the global north, what is called the global north, the aging part of the world, because of those demographics, savings have increased dramatically. And outside the domain of technology, all right, the returns are quite not as interesting they could be. Okay. Now, those parts of the world are aging all the time, so savings will increase. From Singapore, Taiwan, China to most of Europe, Russia, US is a bit. Now, so you have got aging population, increased savings, glut of savings. On this side, in the global south, it is opposite problem, all right? Dynamic demographies, negative savings. Who is going to do the work of intermediating the need for return by the capital in the north and the needs for investment?
If you are looking at 5 to 10 years, you're looking at hydro or geothermal. But if you have the time, if you're looking at 15 years plus, then nuclear becomes a viable technology. And I want to cite the example of a real-life situation on the continent. Currently, South Africa is discussing what we call the 2025 Integrated Resource Plan. And here, it is saying that in the year 2039, they will have to be meeting a demand of about 105 megawatts. And of that 105 megawatts, 16 megawatts, sorry, not megawatts, gigawatts, 105 gigawatts. Of that, 16 gigawatts will be from gas to power, 5.2 gigawatts of nuclear, in addition to 25 gigawatts of solar and 34 gigawatts of wind, as well as 8.5 gigawatts of battery energy storage. So you need to look at the planning horizon, if it is 25 years, and look at what technology will serve the interconnected grid best at a particular time. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. I think the suggestions and discussions so far are taking us in the direction of systems thinking, long-term planning, careful integration of technology on the basis of cost and other analysis, and putting the right pieces together. Earlier from Dr. Kaberuka, we heard about the tension in the sector between socially oriented policies to deliver social good, at the same time restoring economic viability of the sector, which requires making sure the economic fundamentals within our electricity markets are right. And this will continue to inflict implications on energy, on any energy technology, but the same would be the case for nuclear. Now, Mr. Fernstrom, if I come to you, from prior experience with multilateral development banks, it is not just about the project. The project has to be designed well, it has to be bankable, it has to have the right configuration that would make it attractive and de-risked to be financed. But that project is also sitting within the context of an electricity market that would have its own characteristics, which is already sitting within the context of the national macroeconomic conditions, business environment, perhaps beyond the scope of the energy sector itself. So in this sense, from an MDB perspective, what would you have to see in a project in this cascading layer of considerations that will make it possible? But within that context, I think we are warned by Dr. Kaberuka also that if we make this process exceedingly difficult with a list of requirements, even if the position is to finance nuclear energy, the process might kill it. So balancing these two, how do you say, what are the key elements that need to be satisfied for this kind of projects to be appealing to MDBs?
Well, thank you. And first, I think Dr. Kaberuka mentioned Inga, and I have 250 million deployed today on maybe the world's hardest to build hydro project. So we are not risk averse, but I think we need to respect a process where we together address some of these issues to actually make it viable and buildable in a way, right? So just starting on the non-nuclear side, I think for those of you that haven't looked at the compacts that Dr. Junkela mentioned, please look into them. We now currently have 30 Mission 300 compacts that has been developed by our partner countries, laying out exactly what is needed in terms of reforms, in terms of power market integration, in terms of investment and private sector regulation, etc., to actually make this power market viable and vibrant, right? So that's a very important part, and we are putting substantial amount of money, but also massive amount of thinking with our partners, AFDB and TDB as well, across the region on this. Now, on the nuclear side, what we need to see is a very methodic development of all the aspects of safety, security, regulation, and the fit of the candidate for the generation, right? And in that respect, a nuclear power plant behaves just like any other baseload. It has to be placed. You cannot shut it on and off all the time, right? So you have to have a sufficient demand pool in your country to actually make this project viable. So as was mentioned earlier today, we have partnered with the International Atomic Energy Agency very closely in supporting the phased approach of nuclear development. So we will, together with the portfolio of energy financing we have deployed in many of the countries that are present here today, as well as new resources we are raising with partners to support the technical assistance, we can go along with that journey. And then, you know, we will together determine when both the cost, the viability, and the readiness sort of intersects, and when we can come to an investment decision, right? But, you know, we are not there yet in many of these cases, but I think we will get there. And when I listened to some of the discussion, I had the great privilege of living here in Kigali 2007 to 10. The supply in Rwanda, if I remember correctly, was 30 megawatts. Today is 300. It's a factor of 10 times. So these are countries that evolve, and I don't think we should be stuck on a status quo. We should look at the African market as an exponentially growing market, very exciting market, where in the future much larger power needs and much larger placement of loads will be possible. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed. We are in a very dynamic, not only energy sector, but in terms of demography, economy, one of the most dynamic regions in the world, and we need not to get stuck on not necessarily legacy policies, but innovation, policy, regulatory, market, financial innovation should be part and parcel of that process. I think that fits very well into the theme of this particular summit as well. Ms. Sheng, from a lender perspective, from Trade and Development Bank Group, in terms of going beyond ambition to transaction, what do you need to see in proposed nuclear projects to assess its bankability?
Thank you so much for the question. I think one of the issues Dr. Kariuki has already spoken about is about clarity in the regulatory environment, that is in the planning. It needs to be clear how the program fits into the overall country's energy mix and planning. So I think that's one, just to make sure that there's coherence of policy. And the reason why that's important from a lender perspective, because these are long-term investments, so you want to be sure that the direction that you're going strategically is the one that is aligned with the government. The second thing I wanted to speak about is about government support. And I'm going to draw lessons here from some of the work that I was doing previously with the IPP program, which was in South Africa, which was very successful in terms of raising both local and international investments. And one of the key pillars of that program was really the government support. And the reason why this is important for a lender is that the government has to support the lenders with various provisions. If there's termination of contracts, the lenders need to know that the government is behind that and will support the program. And the second thing about the government support is really to also support the utility. I think we've heard about the utilities and the issues that they're faced with. And really, it's important that the government stands behind those utilities, because as a lender, if most of these transactions will be done through an IPP program, as was alluded to by Dr. Kaberuka, you need to be sure that the government is supporting that utility. And the support can take various forms. I think each country has its own method, so to speak. So I wouldn't prescribe. Each country has its own way of dealing with the government support. But from a lender perspective, you want to be sure that if there's a problem, the government is standing behind the utility and also the program. Now, there are many other issues. I won't talk through all of them, because I think the idea is to make sure that there's a bankable project. But one of the key things is about capacity and the capacity of the contracting entities. So we know that this is a long-term process, and I think maybe we're getting ready for a program that is 5 years from now. But it's important that there's capability of the contractors, because one of the things that can stall any process is having contractors and contracting parties that are not able to deliver, because that will bring the downfall of the whole program and ensure that it doesn't succeed. So that's another area that I think is very important. Contracting parties, we need to be sure and need to look at their strength. I think I can just stop there. There are other issues, but I think those are the main ones that we'd want to consider.
Indeed, there are many, many more issues. That is the time that was given to us, but I appreciate for that contribution. Now, we do have 5 minutes, and I'm going to go to Vice President Kariuki. I would like to add one additional element as we'll conclude. One on the same issue of bankability, especially we talked about the industrial component, the productive use component, the reliable offtake component being critical for project economics related to nuclear. So what kind of scale of investment are we talking about? And how do we see nuclear power playing a fundamental role in terms of strengthening industrialization, competitiveness, in all those transformative aspirations that we have? Now, related to that, you can combine in terms of closing, what role do you see African Development Bank playing in the entire value chain of support for nuclear energy, from pre-feasibility studies, feasibility assessments, early project support, potentially de-risking and some form of capital mobilization to later stages? How do you see FDB playing a role in this articulated aspiration of African member states?
Thank you very much, Ioannis. I think the first part of the question, the International Energy Agency projects a scenario in which Africa's overall energy demand will double by 2040, with electricity demand also expected to double by 2050, relative to 2025 levels. In terms of energy, to about 2,300 terawatt hours. And in terms of megawatts, you had Dr. Yunkera and Dr. Kaberuka talk about 254 to 60 megawatts. But this will grow to about 600, 700 megawatts. And this is, of course, driven by rapid industrialization, urbanization, as well as the fastest growing population globally. And in terms of investments, you are looking at $100 billion per year. But in terms of the role of nuclear here, I would say that, and this is purely my uninformed guess, based on the current state of readiness of the Africa nuclear energy subsector, of course, the long lead times, I think the IAEA will tell you that, a nuclear program will result in a power plant will take about 15 years. The long lead times, and of course the development of technology such as SMRs, we've had also MMRs. I expect that nuclear energy will start contributing significantly into the energy sector towards the year 2040. And in my view, my personal view, it could reach about 5% by 2050. Because if you look at it today, only Egypt's 4.8 gigawatt El-Dabaa power plant that is due for commissioning in 2028, 2029, and you have South Africa's proposed 5,200 megawatts expected in 2039, are the only significant additions to Africa's and only, South Africa's and only Africa nuclear power plant in the 1.86 gigawatt at Kobak. And in terms of what the bank can do and to support, here I want to say very unequivocally, we are very keen to support what Lucy also alluded to, the development of long-term least cost power expansion plans for countries. I can say without fear of contradiction that I'm sure the World Bank, between the World Bank and us, we will be able to finance this because these are very, very integral. Because at the end of the day, we are not developing power plants purely for the sake of it. We also want affordable power. So these are the plans that will inform the capacity additions that you require, what you need to retire, as well as the duty.
JP Kariuki, in 30 seconds, we are running out of time.
Okay,
please summarize.
I'm summarizing. So we will be happy to support countries develop long-term, credible power expansion plans, and I think that if we do that, we will be creating a good basis for any energy mix, including renewable energy and, of course, nuclear energy. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sheng, from the perspective of the Trade and Development Bank Group, in 1 minute, for countries that are looking for who are our partners, who are our allies in terms of supporting part of the value chain towards development of these nuclear projects, what can your institution offer to be a partner and to be a valuable part of that process for member states?
Thank you again for the question. From Trade and Development Bank side, we'd also be keen to be part of the process and to assist our member states in terms of the planning and getting towards the vision that is desired. It might need doing some work in terms of the planning of the overall energy mix, and we are willing to support those processes and work towards the solution that is required for the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Fernstrom, in the final input for this particular panel session, the announcement of the World Bank has created a lot of excitement, has generated a lot of enthusiasm around it. So I will not ask you what the World Bank will do. I will ask you what more will the World Bank do to support member states?
So I think that, there are two things here. One is we have been out of this kind of fora for decades, if ever, right? So we are very humble. We have a lot of learning to do in the nuclear space. And me being here is part of my learning journey and the institutional learning journey to engage more with project developers, with countries, with regulators, and with agencies, right? So we are doing a lot of that, and this is a ramp-up phase. So hopefully next year when we meet again, we will have more to talk about in terms of what we do internally to strengthen our capacity to engage, right? On the concrete stuff, I think we are already, and I hope I don't promise too much now, but I believe we will have our first investments in the nuclear power space within this calendar year. These are sort of brownfield or what we call renovation projects, but it shows an engagement that the institution have in this space,
across the globe. And we have to recognize that there are many, many different types of investment cases that we need to look at. Everything from the mining side of nuclear and uranium to existing nuclear power countries that need revamping, repowering, etc., to these cases of new developments that we see in this continent. Thank you.
Exciting, a lot of support, a lot of positive outlook and desire to engage with countries as they embark on this direction. We are also excited about the technology for small countries like my own. I'm originally from Eritrea, or for large countries like Nigeria. The possibilities are there. That's all the time we have, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in appreciating the insights and contributions of this distinguished panel. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, a big round of applause as well for Dr. Johannes Hailu for his excellent moderation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to hold on to your seats because we're going to do two very important things. The first one is that we're going to close this session that really interrogated the investment case for nuclear energy on the continent. And I'm going to invite the Vice Chairman of the China Atomic Energy Authority to officially close this session. And then perhaps the session that I've been most looking forward to today, we're going to then transition directly into the last session of the day, which focuses on the question of public trust. How do we ensure that nuclear projects are anchored and embedded in communities in an environment that is nurtured by trust? For now, though, to close the session, please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Lui Jing as he comes up to give his closing remarks.
谢谢主持，大家下午好，非常荣幸应邀出席非洲核能创新峰会，与大家相聚在美丽的基加利，共商非洲核能发展大计，共探中非核能投资创新合作新路径。首先，我谨代表中国国家原能机构向本次峰会的隆重召开表示热烈的祝贺。刚才我也认真听了前面的几位先生们这些精彩的发言，我也听的一些体会跟大家分享一下。第一点呢，小堆和微堆确实是造价很高，肯定比我们的大型的商业化的压水堆造价要高，但是它的总价低。这个比较适合我们一些地区电网规模小，又想有核能发展的这样一个场景下，我觉得小堆和微堆还是有一定的发展前景的。我们通常说的小堆是指300兆瓦发电以下的，所说的微堆是指10兆瓦以下的发电。第二点，引进一个核能发展或者建设一个反应堆，绝不是一个电厂一个装置的问题。前面的专家也提到了，它是一个监管体系的要建立，同时也要全受区考虑，无论是从核废和放射性废物的处理以及退役的治理，都要在这个国家内，在这个地区都要予全盘的考虑，所以这是个系统的考虑。第三一个，在发展的早期，政府的支持是至关重要的。完全靠商业化市场的融资来解决核能的发展，特别是首座电站，从中国的经验来看，还是有一定的难度的早期的投入、体系的建立，特别需要国家政府的支持。好，我就愿意就刚才听到的一些专家们官员们这些发言我讲一些自己的分享。在这里呢，我愿意跟大家讲3个方面的情况。第一，中国的核能发展目前是个什么状况？我们目前是发展到什么阶段了？第二，中国之前为我们非洲的国家 相关国家的核能发展或者核技术的应用，我们做了哪些工作，做出了哪些事情。第三，我们未来打算，或者说我们想为非洲的能源发展，特别是核能和技术发展，我们还想做哪些事情。首先，我来讲一下我们中国的目前的核能发展。截止到目前，中国在运核电机组61台，在建和核准核电机组51台。我讲的这112台机组都是100万千瓦级的，或者叫1000兆瓦级的压水堆3代核电技术的发电。那么我们会在30年前，这51台也会投入发电。总体上，到30年，我们的发电总装机会位居世界第1。全球首座陆上商用小堆“玲珑1号”即将投运，12.5万，就是125兆瓦的玲珑小堆，我们在今年年内能够投产发电。同时，我们还有高温气冷堆、土基熔岩堆等先进技术研发已经走到了前列。高温气冷堆我们已经有发电的机组，我们也构建了全球最完整的核能产业链，从核燃料的供应、反应堆的设计及其建造，到工程建设、调试、运行、核安全监管，实现了全链条的自主可控，完全能够满足我们在中国国内制造所有的设备。同时，我们能够同时支撑40台以上的机组的建设的工程能力。另外，在核技术应用领域，我们将核能与能业增产，将核技术应用于能业增产、工业升级、医疗健康、气候治理深度融合，让核技术切实服务民生、改善环境，取得了相当的成果。这是我们到目前的一些发展的情况。第二方面，我想介绍一下我们为非洲一些国家做了哪些事情。从上世纪80年代以来，中国帮助阿尔及利亚建成了比邻核研究中心，为加纳、尼日利亚援建了微星中子源反应堆，并完成了低农化升级，夯实了核科技的这些国家的这些地区的研发的起步根基。向南非科贝赫核电站出口了6台蒸汽发生器，向摩洛哥捐赠了伽马刀肿瘤治疗设备。同时，我们中国政府原子能奖学金项目自2017年启动以来，为20个非洲国家培养了148名核专业硕博人才。在核医学领域，中国面向非洲国家的放射性治疗物理师举办了培训项目，累计为22个非洲国家培训了38名放疗物理师。近年来，我们也在继续深化与卢旺达、肯尼亚、苏丹等国的合作，分享小型模块化反应堆的技术经验，同时对接核医疗、能源浮躁、工业检测等民生领域需求。我们也想通过核技术，通过中国的核技术来帮助赋能非洲经济社会高质量发展。对于未来，我在这里就提4个方面的建议。第一，加大清洁能源投资，助力非洲能源独立。中国已经形成了完整的核能产业链和充分的技术验证能力，可帮助非洲大幅降低首堆建设的风险。我们支持非洲国家根据自身需要发展核能，愿探讨使用多边机构融资窗口、混合融资及出口信贷等多元化工具，提供规划设计、投融资、工程建设、运维托管、人才培养一揽子整体解决方案，聚焦小型化模块化反应堆电站、核能配套电网等开展投资共建。第二，深化技术创新合作，培育自主发展能力。中国将开放国家级核科研平台、培训基地，与非洲共建核能联合实验室、技术研发中心，派遣专家团队到非洲现场技术指导，共同开展技术创新合作。第三， 拓展民生领域应用，赋能非洲产业升级。中方将推动核技术深度融入非洲经济民生，推广辐射育种、食品辐照保鲜技术，助力提升粮食产量，保障粮食安全。推广核技术在工业检测、材料改性、环保治理等方面的应用，助力非洲工业提质增效、绿色转型。共建核医疗中心，提供放射性药物肿瘤治疗设备及技术支持，为非洲大陆早日实现联合国2030年可持续发展议程作出积极贡献。第四，强化核安全能力建设，筑牢合作安全屏障。中方愿与非洲国家加强核安全、核安保、核应急政策对话，监管经验交流，协助非洲建立健全核安全、核安保法律法规体系、监管机制与应急响应体系。同时，我也诚邀各位嘉宾莅临在今年下半年在中国举办的中非和平利用核技术论坛，共商核能发展大计，共话核能合作前景，为实现核美家园的愿景而不懈努力。谢谢。
Thank you very much for those concluding remarks, Mr. Jing, and of course, the beautiful job you've done of not only pointing us to the future and pointing out the possibilities of partnership, but also reminding us of the historical legacy between China and Africa of having worked together. We received the invitation to the China-Africa Forum as well, which we're expecting in the latter half of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm changing gears now as we prepare for the final session for the first day of the Nuclear Innovation Summit today. The format is going to be quite simple. We're going to start off with 2 back-to-back reality check lightning talks. The significance of this is that we move the idea of public trust away from a soft issue and we embed it in evidence, we embed it in research, and we bring to the surface the questions that are an incredible part of the session. And that is, how do we ensure that public trust retains its place as a critical variable in the equation that determines whether nuclear energy projects stall, whether they fail, and of course, whether they proceed at all. It also allows us to bring this in within the African context, where public accountability, development priorities, as well as historical mistrust are some of the issues that we've got to work through. After these back-to-back lightning talks, we're going to take a short moment to hear from the audience. So if you've got a comment or a question that you'd like the panel to think about, even before the panel starts, I will create the opportunity for you to do that. And then finally, we're going to close it off with a concise and robust panel that really gets us to the essence of what does trust as a delivery mechanism look like. Ladies and gentlemen, now, for the first of the lightning talks, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Tamara Yankovic onto the stage. Now, Dr. Tamara is with the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, and in her talk now, really gets us to what research tells us about public trust and moves us away from the false premise that the only reason why there's mistrust is because there's a knowledge gap. And she helps us get closer to the real picture. Let's give her a big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here, a great honor. So first, I just wanted to say that in Canadian Indigenous culture, there is no word in the Dene language for uranium. And as a result, Indigenous peoples simply use the existing terminology based on their perception. They call uranium death rock. And along similar lines, the possibility of embarking on new technologies, such as nuclear new build, are being discussed and highlight a widely ranging views. On the negative side, there are questions about the adequacy of capacity, financing, and infrastructure necessary to enable a readiness to embark. And I know we've heard a lot about that already today. There are fears that even the smallest amount of exposure to radiation would most certainly be fatal. Concerns about the potential for widespread contamination of food, of water, of economically or culturally significant places, and also perception that a nuclear reactor is a bomb. On the plus side, there are communities that are exceptionally thankful to gain access to better roads, stronger connectivity, schools, medical facilities, and other infrastructure that comes along with construction of new nuclear facilities. There are also those who embrace the opportunity to make a difference. For example, to meet societal needs by securing clean economic electricity in areas where it is either unreliable or not available at all. We heard today that 1 in 2 people in Africa do not have such access, and we need to take action and implement, as was stated so many times already. And increasingly, the younger generation is looking to nuclear as a solution to the climate crisis, where they can then actively contribute to a better world now and in the future. And in a number of cases, the individuals or groups who have the least amount of scientific information about the risks seem to have the strongest opinions. They have the highest levels of certainty regarding the risks and tend to be the most vocal. And all this amidst increasingly robust international systems of protection, processes, and technologies that are designed to prevent significant effects from occurring even before we start. So what does this mean? For example, how does an individual or a group of individuals determine their level of comfort with a new technology? How do they evaluate the risk in the context of all the other risks that are present in their daily lives? How do they then decide on the level of risk that they're prepared to accept so that they may reap the benefits that the new technology can then bring to their lives? And where do they get their information from when they make such decisions? Who do they trust? Is the information coming from their local communities, or is it coming from the outside? I would argue that the answer to such questions is at the very heart of what we need to focus on. The need to bridge that gap between perception, or in some cases misperception, and reality. Because without social acceptance and public trust, in many cases, we simply cannot proceed. And in considering such questions, I would be remiss not to mention that old adage that perception is reality. In other words, this could mean that the same level of effort, the same level of oversight could be required regardless of the actual risk, simply because a group or a community thinks there is danger. So in cases where there's societal concern about the level of risk, even if it is not underpinned by robust scientific evidence, it could then become necessary to regulate in accordance with that risk, perceived or otherwise. And in extreme cases, I would argue that such an approach could actually increase the risk. For example, in cases where disproportionate amount of time, personnel, and other resources, which are always finite and always limited, are focused on aspects that do not pose significant risk, at the expense of the aspects that do pose risk. So one might argue that over-regulation, without taking account of the actual risk, could actually be considered detrimental. And really, part of what is needed to bridge that gap between perception and reality is a technically robust understanding of risk, recognizing that in very many cases, it is not the technology itself that creates the issue or the gap, but how that technology is understood, how it is perceived, and how it is then applied during its implementation. Technologies can be complex and require technical expertise, but either these exist or can be developed. COVID certainly taught us that. When society comes together, even when technologies are non-existent, they can be realized in quick time if we work together, and I think we heard that theme already today as well. And I would go further to say that this, in fact, emphasizes that it is the human side of safety that requires some attention. What people think and what people then do with the technology in a safe and secure manner. So going back to some of the questions that I mentioned earlier, where do people get their information and who do they trust? And is the information they are accessing factual? Does it bear resemblance to reality? Which one might say is really where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. In this regard, one might argue that often people are more likely to draw their views on key issues from the people they care about, their friends, their family, their networks, their family doctor, from those facing similar questions. And we're able to communicate that. So what does this say? At the end of the day, this may indicate that trust is really all about relationships, about gaining a better understanding of current views. But not only that, it goes a bit further. We need to create different types of spaces to foster meaningful dialogue to access the broad range of views that exist, so that we can create situations where individuals are prepared to take the information home through understanding of the context and what it means to them and their loved ones. And a critical piece in all this is empowerment. We need to create situations where communities have the opportunity to play a meaningful role in the outcomes that affect them in their everyday lives. People need to be empowered with the information, with choice, with opportunities to recognize the benefits while balancing the risks. Also recognizing that risks may be mitigated through technology and personal action. Words matter, language matters, relationships matter, people matter. Consistency, relationships, transparency, and access foster trust, which can be further enhanced through identifying stories of success from which we can draw the lessons and then bring them home. Okay, so if we assume that the technology exists or can be developed, along with the robust but fit-for-purpose legal and regulatory frameworks that are needed to implement it safely, commensurate with risk so that it's balanced and optimized, and if we also assume that it is therefore the acceptance and subsequent implementation of such technologies and frameworks based on how people perceive them in their normal activities that may then allow them to become mainstream, how do we establish a mechanism to build the necessary trust and to bridge that gap between perception and reality in the context of our roles and responsibilities as regulators, as operators, as government, as citizens? Let's discuss. I leave it at that. Thank you very much.
What an incredible opening as we raise the question of how do we bridge the gap between reality and perception. Thank you for bringing into the conversation many of the issues we'll touch on in the panel, all from power asymmetry that might exist, sources of information, who do we really trust, but how do we empower communities and elected leaders to make informed risks around these projects. We're now, ladies and gentlemen, going to get the second of these lightning talks before we transition to the panel. And we're going to be tapping into lessons from 20 plus years of consent-based practice. And delivering this for us is Mr. Roy Payne, as he talks to us a little bit about the idea of a trust deficit and how we ensure that we can shore that up to enable delivery. Let's give Mr. Payne a big round of applause.
Well, thank you, everybody, and I'm so pleased to be here. This is such an important debate, and it's so often not had, so this conference is absolutely wonderful from my perspective. We've already heard today about de-risking nuclear projects and building long-term stability, and proactively managing public dialogue and engagement is a key tool in mitigating risk and laying the foundations for longer-term stability. It therefore should be seen at the heart of project planning delivery and not just as a comms programme through which you sell your idea to a worried public after the decision has been made. Now, consent-based siting is often referred to as the gold standard in public dialogue. But what is consent-based siting? First, it's the polar opposite of the traditional DAD approach, decide, announce, defend, where public dialogue comes after decisions are made, and we tend to see the same outcomes every time, a delayed process, cost overruns, etc. Now, consent-based siting is not a fixed playbook, but an adaptable framework. Every country which has implemented consent-based siting has done so differently, according to its own political cultures and decision-making processes. But there are common principles which are evident in every consent-based siting process. At the core of consent-based siting is an acceptance there will always be public anxiety and questions, and a distrust of government and the nuclear industry. Consent-based siting is about turning that inevitability to your project benefit, rather than let it be a risk with the proven potential to derail your project. Consent-based siting is not about selling your idea to the community. It should never offer a community a simple binary choice. Yes, no, stop, go forward. It should always be an open, two-way dialogue that's not just a simple imparting of technical information, but a process to address the inevitable concerns that every community will have, and with the developer and the community together building a shared vision of the future they both seek. Under consent-based siting, communities have to have agency and influence. Therefore, any consent-based siting process needs to provide communities with the capacities and the resources which allow them to meaningfully participate and collaborate in an equitable partnership. Co-designed local decision-making processes are highly effective. How everyone will work together, how they'll resolve disagreements, how decisions will be made. This helps ensure that even if someone disagrees with a particular decision, they are more likely to accept that decision because they understand how and why it was made through a fair and transparent process which they helped design. I could go on, there's a lot more elements to consent-based siting, but I think we need to relate it today to the business and project benefits of taking a consent-based siting approach. It allows you to use the early development and planning stages of a project constructively. If you integrate public dialogue and engagement at that stage, you can acquire early intel on potential issues and resolve many of them before they become a problem. Rather than develop your plan, consult the public afterwards, and then have to unwind that plan in response to their concerns and questions they raise. Investing in and supporting the community's ability to participate meaningfully are actions which say more about you than your words. It's a key pillar of trust building, your actions and deeds rather than your words. And it shows that you're treating the community with respect. Building a relationship and developing a long-term shared vision with the community also provides for much more stable and sustainable project foundations that can last the life cycle of the project. Such stability obviously provides, should enhance investor confidence and mitigate against downstream cost escalations and project delays. And since the community will ask you questions anyway, allowing the community to openly vet information and find answers to their questions, rather than just listen to your responses, is the most cost-effective defense against mis and disinformation. because the very process of open investigation will also highlight the untruths perpetuated by project opponents. And communities and the public are not stupid. They know when somebody is spinning them a yarn. So the evidence is clear. Early stage investment in consent-based siting in terms of finance and of time reduces long-term costs and supports speedier project delivery dates. And before I leave today, I just want to leave you with 3 thoughts to take forward as we look ahead from the issues raised in this conference. First one I want to talk about is trust. Trust is a two-way process. And if industry and government wants the community to trust them, they will have to trust the community. And it's easy to view communities with suspicion and even sometimes as adversaries to be managed and maneuvered around. But that tends to generate the very outcomes you're seeking to avoid, resistance against your proposals. Consent-based siting provides the evidence that if communities are required to share the responsibility and be involved in decision-making, they generally act responsibly and in good faith. The second point I'd like to raise is about collaboration and joint learning between communities, and particularly between communities in different countries. The nuclear industry is a wonderful example of how humanity shares knowledge and learning, but it shares it at a scientific, technical, safety, regulatory, legal, political, government level. The only level it doesn't provide that shared learning is at the community level, the people level. And yet it is at the community level that the nuclear sector often faces its greatest challenges. And as Tamara said about trust, it's not necessarily the message, it's the messenger. People simply don't trust the nuclear sector or the government when they say something, yet they might trust a friend or another community who've been through exactly the same experience. Because the same issues and concerns are repeated in every community, in every country, and are re-litigated from scratch each time, which just brings confusion, cost, and delay on a repetitive basis. Dis and misinformation operates internationally. There is no comparable internationalized response mechanisms. But allowing communities to learn directly from each other is the most powerful antidote to lack of trust and to managing dis and misinformation. And I think this approach becomes even more important if African countries take a coordinated regional approach to developing nuclear infrastructure. You should also align and coordinate community learning across borders. Bring tribal and traditional leaders from different countries together. Let them learn together. They will be your most powerful advocates. And I think this is where philanthropy has a critical role. Funding and nurturing this kind of activity, trust-building activity, is not something, well, maybe they shouldn't do it anyway, but governments tend and industry tend not to do, but maybe shouldn't do. But philanthropic funding can fill that gap. This is an issue which really excited me when I heard about this conference, because it's an issue this conference is addressing this week, and today's announcement is very timely, and I think will be one of the key outputs from this conference, the greater involvement of philanthropic foundations in the development of trust and community collaboration in nuclear. And finally, maybe a slightly esoteric point, but projects are very long term, and they have life cycles. I think when you think about organizational culture to the project faces, and think about the different mindsets, leadership and priority skills that are required at different phases of the project. I was alerted to this by a gentleman called Clyde Stegerstrom, and he was the Chief Executive Officer of Sweden's SKB, when it successfully found a site for their deep geological repository. And he made the point that before he could even dig a hole, he had to get the community to agree to allow them to dig a hole. Therefore, at that stage of the project lifecycle, SKB had to be an engagement organisation with engineering skills, rather than an engineering organisation that engaged the public. It's a subtle but important point, but I think it's one that the industry should take note of, that you need to, first of all, secure public trust and public support. Then, as you move forward, then you can become more of an engineering organisation as you go through the permitting and construction phases. But cultural organisation and mindset is actually very important. And those are 3 thoughts I want to leave with you today. Good luck with the rest of the conference. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can give a warmer round of applause to Mr. Roy Payne. and for doing an incredible job of getting us to the granular understanding of what is required to really establish consent-based trust within communities, raising some difficult questions for us, but certainly questions that we're going to be taking into this last piece now. Ladies and gentlemen, while you're going to see some musical chairs on the stage as we add some seats for our panel, I want to take this opportunity just to create the space for some of your voices as we prepare for a conversation that actually is the fuel behind delivery. Today we heard that we've moved beyond having to explain ourselves as Africans, we've moved beyond advocacy, and where we find ourselves is firmly in the space of action. And yet we are also understanding in this moment that that action is only possible provided that we do the work of building and nurturing public trust. I want to take this conversation off stage for a second and ask if anyone in the audience, I've got roving mics everywhere, would like to pose a preemptive question to the panel that's going to come up, or maybe just bring their voice into the conversation with a comment that they think is going to be incredibly important for this conversation. I'm very reluctant to let go of my microphone. It's the only power I have in the room. So I want to double check if there is another microphone that can make its way to me very quickly. Thank you very much. All right, I'm seeing another hand here. I'm going to trust you with my microphone. Over to you.
Thank you very much for trusting me. Hi, my name is Asali. I'm a nuclear security officer working for World Institute for Nuclear Security. I just wanted to say Tamara said something incredible I didn't know, the indigenous mindset of death rock you've mentioned. And I'm thinking, what is the best way to turn a death rock into the energy rock? Because look, maybe corporate social responsibility. I come from Kazakhstan, and there's a lot of uranium mining sites, as you know, and a lot of communities there. All of them are actually working at the mine sites. So Canadian companies, when they came, they really did a lot of work in corporate social responsibility, you know, supporting hospitals, kindergarten, I mean, you name it. So that's what I'm saying, death rock into energy rock. Thank you.
I love that challenge, because it's more than just a play on words. It is a reimagination altogether. I see that I had a hand here from the madam. If I can ask you to go ahead, and then we're going to go to that side of the room. A quick introduction of who you are and what your comment might be.
Yes. Hi, I am Safa. My question for Tamara. In your point of view, how to measure transparency in nuclear stakeholders engagement? Thank you.
Thank you. So Tamara, I'm going to save you answering that, but the panelists, you know that you're going to have to answer that. How do we actually measure transparency so that it's not an elusive, intangible concept that we say we want to embed? What is a metric that is a reflection of transparency embedded in a project? Please, go ahead.
Afternoon, I'm Hazel, a young medical physicist from Zimbabwe. Interesting conversations, and I'll highlight and say that in a digital age where cell phones are accessible to many people, even those with what we might like to describe as a low intellectual capacity, what's taking the nuclear sector to make this information accessible to all? Not in hierarchy platforms where it's complicated with jargon, but in an easier way like TikTok and Instagram for the younger generation. Thank you.
What a beautiful image. A world where we start talking about nuclear projects on TikTok and Instagram. I'm hearing a little bit of some uncomfortable laughter, but I think that's exactly the kind of challenge that young voices are going to bring into the conversation. I'm going to take the final hand from the gentleman over there before I welcome the panel. Please, sir, won't you introduce yourself? He's right there. Can you keep your hand up so they can see you? Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Ian. I'm a software engineering student at the African Leadership University. So my question goes as such. So like when we talk about nuclear energy or maybe nuclear technology in general, it has its advantages and its disadvantages. And talking specifically on one of its disadvantages, I want to ask that, like, what are the major disadvantages that we should be aware of or prepare of? For example, if we look at the Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine, we heard about the field, the nuclear reactor that went out of control during the test, and, you know, a lot of people died and casualties. So, like, if we're bringing this type of technology to Africa, like, what are the risks that we are supposed to be aware of? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to paraphrase that question as I bring it into the panel. And that is, I think, raised by Tamara earlier. How do we do the balancing of honoring history, honoring incidents, and telling those truthfully, whilst at the same time not undermining the opportunity that can be unlocked by access to nuclear energy? How do we do a better job of holding both of those stories true and at the same time? So to the young gentleman, thank you for your question. Joining me on stage now, if I could kindly please ask my panelists to make their way. I'm going to be inviting Mr. Loyiso Tyabashe. He's the Group CEO of the Nuclear Energy Corporation of South Africa. He joins me on the panel. We're also joined by Mr. Evariste Rugigana from the Rwanda Utilities Regulatory Authority, our Director General. Thank you so much, sir. Ambassador Laura Holgate is with us. She is the president at LSH International Advisors, but also former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Mr. Lars van Dassen is here with us. He is an executive director at WINS, which is the World Institute for Nuclear Security. And we wrap up the panel with Madame Sarah J.G. Lennon. She is an international nuclear policy advisor with Nano Nuclear Energy. Thank you very much. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you for making the time. And I'm going to try to the best of my ability to work our way through the panel. And Mr. Tyabashe, I'm going to start off with you. One of the things we've spoken about today, to a large extent, especially in this moment, is that public mistrust is not just a social hurdle. This is not a social issue. It actually is a potential hurdle to delivery overall. My question to you is, how do we build in trust by design as we're thinking about nuclear projects so that trust and public trust is not an afterthought, but really is designed into both the building of the project and the execution of the project?
Thank you very much. I think this is at the core of everything that we do, especially when we try to deploy these projects. The first thing we need to do is for us to reorientate ourselves, self-reflection as the nuclear industry, in that we are so good in talking about neutrons, electrons, protons, we forget what the public is all about. So once we identify that this is our social license to operate, that's when we'll change our orientation and take this even more seriously than we do today. So for me, the first thing is that this is a social license to operate. It's not a nice to have, it is an imperative, and we need to take it seriously. And we also need to move from just pure communication to engagement, meaningful engagement, not just engagement. Because it is at that point when you start to realize the do's and the don'ts in whatever culture or society, the likes and the dislikes, the must do's and must not do's, that becomes very important. It happens at a lower level in building trust, which is that understanding of where the other person comes from. And most importantly, we really need to build this in as an essential ingredient in the form of proactive communication. Like it was said earlier on, once a decision is made, it's way too late to start engaging people. So we need to take the communities, engage them as we move along, as we lead up to the decisions that need to be made. So for me, that's really, it sums everything up in that manner, in that let's be proactive, let's be meaningful, let's be deliberate in what we do, and we can be sure of the good results at the end.
I think the language you bring into this conversation is excellent. It is a social license to operate. You remind us that perhaps the change needs to start within. It's about a reorientation of the industry first before expecting change on the outside. Let me build on that a little bit, Mr. Rugigana, by coming to you. Two of the young people in the audience asked important questions. One of those was, how do we actually measure transparency? And another one was, how do we actually make some of this information a lot more accessible? And the example that was used was TikTok and Instagram. And for me, I think the bigger question is, how do we make regulatory oversight a lot more understandable, accessible, and within reach of the ordinary citizens that make up communities?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good evening. So from the previous session, we learned that electricity demand in Africa will continue to grow rapidly, and by 2040, 2050, it will double. Currently, it's about 4 to 6%. In Rwanda alone, the growth is about, the demand is about 10% today. The good thing is, we see countries in Africa positioning nuclear at the center of their medium to long-term strategies, energy strategies. And for us, this is where we start from. Number one, so there are key pillars if you are to build trust, to be transparent, and also to ensure that everyone is involved. The first one starts with political leadership and commitment. You saw since morning, even last year, African leaders are committed. They have this ownership, strong ownership, and this is very important to connect with our citizens. We also saw, when you have this strong political commitment from our leaders, then it gives confidence to our citizens that there is long-term vision and direction of the country. And this builds trust and transparency among our citizens. But at the same time, it promotes accountability, and of course, it helps us as regulators when they are totally fully committed. It helps us to build independent regulations, independent regulatory bodies. Now, back to your question, how do we make everything accessible? How do we connect with our ordinary citizens? The first one is we must have strong, independent regulatory bodies. That's number one. This is, where do we get this? We must have, as Africans, and I will speak from the practical experience from the regulatory perspective, that we must have, as Africa, good legislation that actually give us this independence. In Rwanda, we have this. That's why we have the Rwanda Utilities Regulatory Authority. We have Rwanda Atomic Energy Board. And as a regulator, we perform our duties independently from any government interventions or any pressure. So this separation of institutions is very key. It gives us the power to engage with citizens, to make sure that when we are developing and designing these regulations, we consult them, they are getting involved in everything, and as we move towards developing our nuclear programs and even the plants, we have to make sure that they are fully involved and consulted, the civil society, among others. Thank you.
So let me be a little bit difficult, sir, because you raised three things which I think are quite important: political leadership and commitment. You talk about accountability and you talk about independence. And I know, Ambassador Holgate, you might have some thoughts on independence a little bit later, but I'm keen to not lose the response to one of the questions on the floor, which was, how do we measure transparency? How do we know that we're getting all the things that you've spoken about? How do we know that we're actually getting it right, that there is clarity at a community level with what is happening at a sub-regional, a national, or even at a municipal level? How do we know that we've got that transparency right?
I think what we need to do is to make sure that what we do, the citizens are involved, the communities are involved. When they are involved, then there is transparency. How do you involve communities? You have to make sure that in everything you do, in the regulations, the projects you want to implement, they are fully involved from initiation, implementation, to execution.
I've got you.
So there are many aspects around, but that is the summary. Involve communities in everything that you do regarding a nuclear program.
And of course, Mr. Roy Payne gave us some pathways in terms of how we actually involve communities. What are some of the underlying things we've got to be thinking about? Ambassador Holgate, let me bring you in, because one of the things that's been clear today is that nuclear projects don't exist in isolation. There's a much broader context that we've got to be thinking about. There are international standards. There are partnerships that go beyond national borders. There's geopolitics at play as well. The question for you is, what do you make of the gap, perhaps, between global nuclear governance and the extent to which at a local level we're trying to nurture and foster trust, and how do we close that gap a lot more intentionally so that whatever is transpiring at an international level has relevance and expression with what happens at a local level?
Well, that's a really great question, and I think what we want to remember is that citizens really will want to know that nuclear energy projects proposed for their region are safe, that they're secure, and that they will be used exclusively for peaceful purposes. And the global standards for these attributes, which are generally accepted by everybody, are derived from treaties that nations negotiate and then choose to join, or sometimes not join. Those are a sovereign decision. There's also expert processes through which any member state can participate at the International Atomic Energy Agency and a number of other intergovernmental organizations that help take those treaty commitments and turn them into action. And so there's a lot of global participation in that. And so when considering nuclear energy projects, citizens have a right to insist that these projects are consistent with the global standards that their government has agreed to abide by. And this is especially important given the global character of nuclear energy commerce. If international suppliers or even local firms are not integrating these standards into the design of the technology, it will be really more expensive for the local operators to manage those facilities over the 30, 50, 100-year lifetime of some of these institutions. So the international standards can really help give comfort to communities that their governments are doing the right thing and that the companies involved are also doing the right thing.
I think it links beautifully to the points that Mr. Rugigana made around if there are standards that the community can reference and they know that these apply globally, there is something against which we can hold our leaders and those project developers accountable against. And I think that's really helpful. Let me then go to yourself, Mr. Van Dassen, because as the Executive Director of the World Institute of Nuclear Security, I am keen to tap you to understand how do we talk about nuclear security and communicate about it in a way that doesn't automatically surface fear and cloud the conversation with fear. I'm reminded of the question raised by the young gentleman in the stands who his first entry into the conversation is, but what about Chernobyl? And I would imagine that there are similar narratives that we need to box our way through and navigate even as we have this conversation. Is it possible to do it without fear in the room?
Thank you very much. I think I will take the answer of the question to a level where it's maybe not expected. But let me start by saying that there is a distinction between safety and security, and where my country organization is active, that is in the area of security. The issue that you raise, I have discussed with decision makers now over the past year in African states in 6 countries. I think it's very important to, if you raise the issue of nuclear security, there is immediately, well, that's a question of how high is the fence, have all the people been trained, et cetera, et cetera. But there's much more in it, and particularly in the context of Africa and African states. And it is one where you have to think of, you have nuclear security, but you should actually be thinking nuclear and security. If you think of nuclear, then you go into which are the opportunities, which are the things that would be helpful for us. And there are lots of things that are not being discussed as very helpful. Ultraviolet radiation of drinking water, I think that would be fantastic. And it doesn't imply very many risks in terms of radiation. But there are many others. But if we then look to the other side of the coin, security, there we also have to consider that we have to embrace and understand the full context. If you're in a country where it is that you have incursions from terrorist groups, et cetera, that has to be taken very seriously. And if it is dealt with, that immediately bestows credibility upon the government. This is where I think there is one thing that the 2 issues that have been raised during the day. But one is trust and another one is cooperation. But not much has been said about what kind of cooperation. And I think that there is one sleeping giant of cooperation opportunity in Africa that is not being considered, except that my organization has a big project with it. And that is the sub-regional cooperation that already exists in West Africa, ECOWAS, the Sahel Alliance, East African Community, SADC, and for Central Africa as well, and for Northern Africa. If it is, and here we reach the next crucial issue, and it is agency. A country that is seen, and a government that is seen to seek and develop agency, so it means that it has its own decision power in terms of where it wants to go in nuclear business. That is a country that towards its people and constituency has that trust. Ultimately, that is what it's all about. And this is where I think, what it is we can achieve with agency. If we would think of, for instance, 12 countries in ECOWAS, 8 countries in East Africa, if they together develop what it is that they want and are able to go out and say what it is that they think is good for their country, energy development, et cetera,
Sure.
then a lot is gained, because there is a risk today that it's the other way around, that it is outside forces that come and say what it is that they think is helpful and would want to sell. Thank you.
I think those are incredibly helpful comments, and perhaps we might not even get the time to double click on all of them, but I think very useful ingredients in the broader conversation. I particularly like how you challenge us to think about not nuclear or security, nuclear and security, and how do we hold those in one conversation, to interrogate what do we mean by cooperation and where does that cooperation sit. But I think the thing that most provokes me is this idea of decision-making sovereignty, and how that is a critical ingredient to perceived trust, or real trust at the very least. Madame Lennon, let me bring you into the conversation, because we also know that there are new entrants in the nuclear space as this opportunity is being focused on. We also know that we've got advanced reactor companies that are also coming into play. My question is, are you seeing the opening up of these opportunities also coming with a reimagining and a rethinking of public trust compared to traditional nuclear programs that we've seen around the world, or is it more of the same?
Well, thank you. I would say it's definitely not more of the same. I think we are in a very different place, and we have learned from those who have gone before, and what worked and what didn't work. I think the idea now is that you need to engage the communities early and often. So this is echoing what some of my colleagues have mentioned, understanding that. Actually, let me just back up. I thought the questions that we got from the audience were absolutely spot on. And the question about social media was something that I've been thinking about, because there are organizations, one like Generation Atomic, which I think is looking to engage the younger generation, and they are sort of meeting people where they are. And so developing manageable, accessible, and accurate new information. And I think that's how we flip the script, as some might say. And I think that's how you reach the younger generation. And that's what the new advanced reactor companies need to do, and explain why the technologies that are being developed now, why the fuels are different from what was in Chernobyl. And the more you educate and explain at a very basic level, and I don't mean that in someone who is not smart, but a very simple, non-technical way, so you can understand this fuel is much safer than than previous for these smaller reactors. I'll say the company that I work for, Nano Nuclear Energy, is a micro-reactor company, and we are planning to build our first reactor on a university campus, within stone's throw of dormitories.
Sure.
So I think that kind of information really goes a long way to help develop that trust and say, this is safe. This is not the fear-mongering reactors that there were before. And I think also the different priorities that the younger generation especially has now. We're talking about climate change, economic development, eliminating poverty or reducing, and all these benefits. To going to the young gentleman's question about, how do you balance the two, and what you were saying, explaining both the new benefits and the safety of the new advanced reactor designs, and explaining why it is not risky. I think those, and the benefits that will come for communities, like I was talking about.
So I want to just double click on something, because I think you've really articulated it so succinctly. And this idea of it's not about explanation, it is about decoding and simplifying. And that's how we make information more accessible. But also, in line with the young lady who spoke earlier from the floor, meeting people where they're at. And I don't know how Mr. Roy Payne feels about this, but if they're on TikTok, that then answers the question, that's where they receive news and information from. And so while it might have seemed far-fetched in the moment, actually maybe not so much after all. We've got just over 10 minutes left, so I'm going to do a lightning round of just final questions. I want to come back to you, Mr. Chiabashe. What's the hardest lesson you've learned about how public trust can quickly shift from an enabler to a derailer that you would like to share with the audience? And I suppose what I'm looking for is what we learned from that we can all take away.
So history is the best teacher, and we tend to refuse to learn. And maybe just one example, theoretical, and then I'll come to the real example. If we look at the history of the Eiffel Tower, which we all admire as the face of Paris, there was a huge protest in 1887 that it was a monstrosity. Why would they bring it in the center of town? And that was a protest that people had valid reasons on, and these were mainly the artists of the town. And today, no artist can draw Paris without an Eiffel Tower. So I think it's important that to understand that you've overcome that state of winning public trust is when people realize that they cannot live without what you have. Just like we cannot live without our cell phones, we cannot live without the aeroplanes and the automobiles today. That becomes important. But most importantly, in terms of the lessons that shift public trust to becoming a derailer, is in the project that I was involved in my past life, where we were attempting to build a second nuclear power plant in South Africa, in the southern part of the country, is our stakeholder mapping was done so very well. We knew what stakeholders to go to. We mapped, we even had the traditional leaders embedded in that, and we did approach, and people understood where we were at. Little did we know that there was also another sub-element of the traditional people, which is seen as somewhat extinct in the country, but there's still smaller populations of it, the Khoi. And we really had a very big stumbling block, because what they raised was they believe, not that they believe they've got historical graves on our side. Sure. And how do you go about that? So that became a sudden change in the discussions, in that amongst the conflicting and also the competing needs of the different community members, we found ourselves on our back foot. But it was good that we engaged with determination, trying to understand, and we managed to get to the bottom of the issue. But very importantly, we need to listen, and listen very carefully.
Thank you very much. And so it's, again, it's a two-way communication, and a two-way listening is what I'm hearing you say. And one can imagine that emotional connection to that particular part of land would have been a massive stumbling block. Let me build on this again with you, Mr. Rugigana, because I can imagine that as a regulator, you're also looking at early warning flags and cautionaries. And to me, I think the best question is, what are the early warning signals one would need to look for in your nuclear project to ensure that it does not pose a delivery risk? How's the regulator thinking about these early warning mechanisms and broader systems?
Thank you so much. And my colleague talked about listening to the people. And we need to start from there. But if you don't listen, then we are going to watch for TikTok, complaints, the outcry. So from the beginning, as I said and he has said, we need to involve everyone. We must listen. We must talk to people. So some of the, what we see this, we go through this every day, the outcry on social media. We see a lot going on, and whenever we launch a project and the citizens are not well involved, this is the feedback. Then we call for meetings, public meetings, consultative meetings, and no few come, few stakeholders. That's a clear warning that there is a problem. And we see this in the projects we implement and the regulations we design. Then we also go to, of course, petitions. When we look at many petitions from academic institutions, we receive them from civil society organizations, then you know that you need to be slow and listen to the people. And for any better policy regulation, you must talk, engage, and involve everyone from the beginning. And if you don't do that, then you get it wrong. So for the successful implementation of any project, including nuclear, you must make sure that you map clearly very well all the stakeholders and then involve and consult them. Then you have a better project and you deliver the result to the citizens. Thank you.
Sure. So what I'm hearing is that a quick stakeholder mapping is insufficient. It is about the intentionality around the listening. It is about listening to the unlikely sources. It would be interesting for me to see how many chief executives in the room have a TikTok account and are actually checking what the conversation on TikTok is about. But what I'm also hearing you say is that when there's absence, to interrogate the absence and to try and understand who's not there and why are they staying away, and not to dismiss petitions, especially if they come from smaller players, whether it's civil society or academia. I appreciate those inputs. I want to build on an earlier point you made as I go back to Ambassador Holgate. Now, one of the things that Mr. Rugigana spoke about, he said independent oversight is an important way in which we hold ourselves accountable. And yet, at the same time, we're talking about decision-making sovereignty. I think I've mentioned it at least once or twice today. How do we balance the need for independent oversight and how that can lead to national credibility with the right balance of national control, which is also evidence of, or one of the ingredients that contributes to building trust?
Yeah, well, you know, every treaty that touches on nuclear safety, nuclear security, nuclear safeguards begins with a very strong statement that these are the responsibilities of the states parties or of the member states. So there's no question that each country has a responsibility to uphold its international commitments on these topics. And the reality is that, as was mentioned by a couple of the questions even, safety and security failures can affect neighboring countries and indeed the whole global nuclear enterprise. Look at how Chernobyl put a giant pause on nuclear power plant construction globally. Fukushima, a few decades later, did the same thing. So there is it's a responsibility, it's a right, but it's also a responsibility for each member state to make these decisions. And so they really have to follow the best practices that have been derived and documented over 70 years of nuclear operations. And so this is and some of these include things like a transparent and independent regulator.
Sure.
And so that's obvious, that's been a standard recognition of the best practice across, you know, ever since nuclear regulation came into being, that they can't be captured. Now what that means is independent from the industry, independent from who they're regulating, not independent from the government. And actually, when I worked at the White House and I had to fight sometimes with our nuclear regulator on policy issues, I would remind them, you're still a government agency. Your independence has to do with the licensee. And so that is, but it's still a really important principle. Other principles include security by design, and also obviously the application of international safeguards through the International Atomic Energy Agency to confirm peaceful use. So these are commitments that have been undertaken, and then member states have an ability through their own regulatory processes to put those into law, to put those into implementation, to put those into enforcement.
So what I'm hearing you say is that a balance is quite achievable. We just need to be very intentional around that. It's about the pursuit of best practice. We know their best practice. I think you also had raised, Louis, so that history has a lot to teach us, and so the best practice comment comes through. I find incredibly insightful the distinction you make about who are you actually independent from, and I think sometimes we don't take the conversation to that level. Let me then come back to you, Mr. Van Dassen, because I had not, leaving Johannesburg yesterday, anticipated that on a stage talking about nuclear energy, I'd end up talking about TikTok. But here I am, and this is where the conversation has led us. I'm interested in hearing from you about the reality of the fact that we live in an era of misinformation as well. How do we make sure that we are really protecting both physical security and building public confidence at the same time in a world where misinformation is as part of the reality as anything else that we can touch at the same time? How do we separate and how do we create that distinction?
It's an incredibly complicated question. I will try to rephrase it and make it a little simpler,
sure,
but also be pinpointed exactly into the context we are in. And this is about having your narrative right. If you have your narrative right, then you also create kind of a basis for what it is that can be discussed around it. And here comes one part of the narrative where it is that I think many things go astray. One thing we have not heard so much about, and I've tried to count how many times I've heard climate change, decarbonization, and global warming. Global warming I've not heard once, decarbonization I've heard once, climate change I've heard twice. I actually think that that is very helpful, because this is where the narratives also go in two directions. There is a Western narrative that is climate change is very important, it needs to be solved. But I've spent enough time here in sub-Saharan Africa to know that their narrative is different, and that it has to be different.
Yeah.
Because if climate change is a problem, then it was not caused by Africa. And it is not going to be, or it does not have to be solved by Africa. I'm really adamant in saying that. And I will also say why. African vegetation and rainforests absorb 3 times more CO2 than is emitted here. If there would be a doubling of the production of electricity using natural gas in Africa,
yeah,
it would lead to an increase of CO2 emissions of 0.1%. So there are certain things in this we have to think about. And so the narrative for in Africa has to be a different one. That is, what will nuclear energy bring us in terms of electricity,
yeah,
but also the increase of knowledge. Thousands of physicists, thousands of engineers, et cetera, that then also venture into other areas. We've talked very little about the fact that now the SMR debate in Western countries, that is about SMRs and data centers. We need to be adamant that that is the same development here, that it is SMRs, production of electricity, also data centers, because that relates to the economic and the development, and with that, the political development. That has to be our focus. And we have to look at it, we who then come from the outside, we have to try to see if there's a way we can see the world with the eyes of friends in Africa and try to understand that their first needs are different from the ones that are in the West. Thank you.
I don't think there's any more that I can say to underscore that point. I think it's exceptionally well articulated from the applause in the room, well received as well. Whose future are we reimagining, and from whose perspective are we doing it? As you can see, Sarah, we've got 000 on the clock, but I am going to sneak a final question to you just before we close. I just want you to help us just leave here with clarity. There seems to be a view that smaller or advanced reactor designs inherently make trust building a lot more easier. True or false? And a quick response to that, and then we'll close.
I would say that it's true. I think based on what my colleague here was just talking about, understanding the priorities of the area, the region, the countries that you're looking at, understanding that a small modular reactor or a microreactor can address those concerns, can alleviate those issues. I think the different solutions for different priorities is why the advanced reactors really have a good case and why that does make the building the trust easier. And I think also your question about transparency, I thought that was a really good question, if you afford me another moment or two. I think the question about how do you know when you've reached transparency or how do you measure it? I think if you're engaging in community dialogue and repeating the efforts in talking to the communities, if you reach the point where you have answered all of the questions and you have shared the information, I think that's how you reach transparency.
Fantastic. I think it's a beautiful close because you circle us back to the audience, which is where we wanted to start. Ladies and gentlemen, if I were designing the program, I would give at least another hour to this conversation because I think it is a critical conversation that is a make or break when it comes to translating ambition into action. But here we are with powerful insights, with a panel of experts, and they've given us so very much. Won't you please give them a warm round of applause? I'm going to invite them to join me in the center of stage as we take our photograph, and I'm going to simultaneously use the opportunity to set you up for tomorrow with a few announcements. In case you hadn't noticed, let's stand right here in the middle of the arc. Tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. sharp. Yes, please join us tomorrow, and Roy, thank you very much. Is that okay, gentlemen? All right, I'm going to put my microphone to the side for 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me in 20 seconds just to land just a few announcements as we get ready for tomorrow. Our start time tomorrow is 9 a.m. sharp, so please just be reminded to check the program. You can do that on the app, you can go to the website, but we are going to be kicking off sharply at 9 a.m. There are some sessions that I just want to highlight that you absolutely do not want to miss tomorrow. We take a sectorial focus tomorrow with a focus on mining, on AI, on manufacturing, and we anchor the case for nuclear energy deployment within that sectorial perspective. And this allows us to move from the high-level national conversation to an economic sectorial conversation, which I know is going to be very important. There will also be a ministerial roundtable around around cooperation, regional and sub-regional, which I think is important because we've spoken a lot about cooperation and maybe even stress tested what do we actually mean by cooperation in this last conversation. We get an opportunity to also ask the question around regulatory readiness tomorrow. What does that mean in terms of our regulatory framework, and how do we get ready for the opportunity whose time has clearly come? And then finally, we ask the question of what does it take to deploy at scale? And that's going to be an absolute highlight tomorrow. The only unfortunate thing from my perspective is that this is where my role ends. I wish you the best of deliberations tomorrow and a rest of NEISA 2026. Hopefully we'll be seeing you in Togo in 2027. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the President held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the President named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this President standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. Appreciate it. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just